Hi, hello, welcome to my stream. Definitely for the first time tonight. Hi, everybody, welcome back. And to everybody who has popped in since then, I believe I saw Nikki. Hello, hi, Driver. Hello, hi, hello. Franklin, hello. Wolfie is back. Horseman is back. Azarl is back. Chaos, hello. Trem, hello. Nightingale. Nightingale. Education is why I know. Hello, Pink. I haven't seen you since yesterday. That is correct. I have not streamed since yesterday. That is correct. I definitely didn't stream 5 seconds ago. Apple butter fucks. Also, I hate it. I hate it so much. I have to watch my own stream so I can get drops, and I see myself. I see myself. For science. Yes, yes, yes. All right. So listen, I have not opened the game yet. There's a chance we may need to do some shaders or loading or whatever, but like I didn't know if it should claim the drops in OBS. Yeah, really? Well, just because it didn't pop up on the thing, I just wasn't sure. You always get you always get the droops. Technically, since yeah, I mean it was past 12, so technically this morning. I haven't streamed since this morning. Just put a different screen. Make apple butter. You don't add pectin. Why is Sailor Moon wifey right there? Because Eris, our wonderful artist that we love so much, Eris drew this. All right, so listen, so we might have to build some shaders or whatever, but I didn't know if there's gonna be some like fucking dope badass like opening cutscene that we're gonna watch together. So here we go. You love it? I know, it's so good. Eris did such a great job. Sass, thank you for the lurk. And crash the desktop, I know. You made this game? Wow. Wait, wait, hold on. What? Wait a second. I read the first sentence of that hint before it disappeared, and it said something about standing in swamp water for too long. Yo, do we get poisoned for like standing in a swamp for too long? Yo, y'all get all you Shrek fuckers are gonna get poisoned. You heard what I said. Prune toes. Update drivers. Make sure to have the Oh, I don't know if I have the latest drivers. I guess we'll see. Yeah, I agree. Uh-huh. Sounds good to me. Yep, I accept. Oh, I need to be just a smidge. I know like people like their brightness to be down, but because I stream with lights in front of me, I have to increase the brightness because I can't see shit. Is this game of the year yet? Obviously. Is it not game of the year for you? A small jar because you have family that still make it. Apple butter and honey. If you don't buy it, You love that cup? Isn't it cute? My little, it's a Princess Jasmine, and it says starry eyes. Oh, new profile, obviously, because I don't have a fucking profile. Step 1. Begin by selecting basics. Choose your body type with default appearance. The appearance options cannot be changed after finalizing for now, though we plan to add support in the future. Hey. Wait, oh, body type B. Okay. These are some very interesting looking people. Oh, do I remember the girl I used last time? Goodbye, soul. Update me. What's this game about? I have been so excited for this game. I can't even put it into words. If this game lets me down, I'll probably retire from video games the rest of my life. This is a survival craft game, which you guys know how much I love. Whoa, look at that schnoz. And so it takes it's like a steampunk, which is super duper cool, but it takes place in like the Fae realms, like the fairy realms, Fae realms. And you have different portals that take you to different lands. And so like there's like cards. So like you upgrade using cards. So like you level up using cards. You can like use cards to activate portals to take you to certain places. Yeah, survival craft. You know, my fave. Age? How does it know how old I am? Let's be 16. Holy shit. No, no. Bubbles! Thank you, Bubbles. Soul's
Bubble
butter
had
like with
just
some
resubscribed
crafting.
for 11 months. Almost a year.
Almost a year. Bubbles, thank you so much. Bubbles, I miss the shit out of you. We have to Baldur's this weekend. That tracks. Pink loves her soul butter. It's true, I do. Is there just 2 voices? Okay, just 2. Okay, so, like, she's kind of cute. Okay, ancestry. A learned scholar. Lies of Butter, Elden Butter. I knew how old you are. March 9, 1894. It was 1891, thank you. I do Elden Butter, that's true. The Elden Butter DLC is coming out soon. Alright, a learned scholar. Well-versed in the physical sciences and humanities. Your time was spent among the grand libraries and lecture halls of your local university. Okay, so academic. A states... Oh my god. Oh, look at my clothes! They change! A tradesperson, a hermit. Why is this the hermit? A reclusive eccentric choosing the lonesome wilderness over the bustling city. You work the land, foregoing the comforts of modern life, as well as the social decorum, in favor of total self-sufficiency. Yeah, but like that's the cutest outfit so far. Am I soggy bread? What year was I born? In real life, 85. What's this game supposed to be? I just explained it. It's a survival craft, a steampunk survival craft that takes place in the fairy realms, and you portal. You portal from land to land. It's about apple butter, yeah. Ne'er-do-well, a petty criminal with few prospects in life. No, I don't want to be a criminal. A vagrant. I think I'm gonna be the hermit. Soggy bread? Yeah. You. Oh, okay. Sucked my parent. Oh, my papa? Papa? What if I make, like, some really uggo parents? Papa? Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. But I was like, I just said it. I didn't know if you were trolling or not. Papa? Too British? You think so? It is. It's very steampunk. So you know how, like, in most survival craft games, you have, like, a glider? Well, in this one, you have an umbrella. No trolls in chat. Everyone looks like Bender de Cumberbatch. Oh my gosh, look at... I'm so beautiful. Oh my gosh, and then I can make... Oh my god. My great-grandparents. Okay, she looks kind of mean. Okay, hold on. So these are my parents, and then these are my grandparents. What is this hair? Oh, it looks worse in the thing than it does on here. Okay. My grandparents. Driver, how do you never have balls? We're Mary Poppins? We're frickin' Mary Poppins. Yeah. Alright, that's my grandpapa. My grandmama. My grandmama. Sure. And then my other grandpapa. My other grandpapa. Oh, look at him. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, grandpapa. You're looking not well, grandpa. Wait, no. Wait, grandpapa, come back. Wait, grandpapa, which one was he? He was this one. Yes. And then grandmama. How do you have so much? Because he doesn't do anything. He doesn't like catch Pokemon. He just lurks in the darkness in people's chats. That's why. Let's keep it active in mind, never mess with it until you got... Oh yeah, no, Dirge, tell them what happened. Tell them why you don't have it anymore. Tell them, Dirge. Tell them why. You got banned by them. For doing a 24-hour stream. And now. I don't know why we're choosing our family. Maybe it means something. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. I'm not even paying attention anymore. There's way too many people to pick. There's entirely too many people to pick right now. You are a real armor engineer? Alpha VR, the other cheese guy. Welcome in. Armor engineer. Yeah, they don't want people doing extra. Yeah. I guess. An armor engineer IRL? One IRL, though? That's pretty extreme. Oh, wait, I made 2 people there on accident. Oh, no, I didn't. Wait, what? Why didn't they put them together? That's weird. That the last set is, like, switched. A real one? Oh my gosh. What do you do as an armor engineer IRL? Oh. That's why you pick your family. That's horrifying. You claim to be an armor engineer? But what do you do as an armor engineer? I need to know. Don't ask difficult questions. That's what you do as an armor engineer? I mean, that makes sense. Bengal, Dangle, Boombard, Batch. Are you... Obviously, her name is going to be Bendable Cumberbatch, but we're not that holy pale. Mottled redness. No, she's going to be perfect. Tattoos? Excuse me? Excuse me, the game is out. The game is out. Should we go pink? Ooh, that's pretty. Or should we go blonde? I usually go blonde. Like, you make special... Victoria's Secret has nothing. Oh my gosh. Pink? Do the pink? Pink. Okay. Eyebrows. Oh, yeah, we'll make those. That's fine. Facial hair? No. Okay. Hairstyle. With this. No. What is this? Oh, that one's kind of cute. Oh, that one might be the one. What this? Oh, that one's kind of cute too. Ew. No. Well, that one's very put together. I have a little bit of a stash. I actually waxed mine, thank you. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate that. I think I like this. So, okay, all right, guys. So, one, or two? One or two? We have one vote for each. Two for two? Okay, 2. The dangly hair does it for you? You like that one? I like this one though. It's a little bit tighter on the side of the head. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I can fix, like, it. My nose is actually cute. My lips though, like, actually, I might leave the lips. I think the eyes though, I'm going to not make so pointy because my eyes are not that pointy. Eye roundness. What does that do? Oh my god, why is it so... Why are we so close to this woman's face? As a real armor engineer, I suggest we go with the tighter hairdo. Makes sense, yeah. Okay, here we go. How do I, like, get rid of, like, it's, like, so pointed. One is a little messy. Because she's flying on her umbrella. True, true. She's like Sid the Sloth. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Eye depth? Is that how far back into her skull they go? Is that? Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, so they're all the way out. Okay. Your eyes go extra deep? It's gonna get on Twitch tomorrow and be like, who is this new person I followed? God damn it. Well, I hope they like the show. Your eye roundness would be if she has astigmatism or not. No, it like... Look, it like... barely does anything. It like opens her eyes just like a little bit. Like... I don't know, I don't like it. I don't love it. I don't love it. I think her eyes are too far apart now, so... We're gonna reset. There we go. Oh no, they weren't! They were just... Oh, okay. Well... Alright. Eye roundness. We'll increase it a little bit. Eye rotation, we decreased a teeny bit. It's the eyelids. Yes, they like... they're... But wait. If they do the same thing that they did in the early access, the makeup... Let me see if it does it. The eyeliner, let's see. The eyeliner goes inside her fucking eye. Look, oh, they fixed it. In the early access, the eyeliner went inside, like actually physically inside her eye. It was terrifying. But they fixed it, so we can go back. I was nervous for a second, but they fixed it. They must have watched the 4 seconds, right? And I complained. What's up, creature? Welcome in. How you doing? Bridge depth. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. We can be cute. Shape. Oh, wait. I like when the little nose, like, comes up and it goes, like, boop. A little bit on the end. It's very cute. Okay. I think the nose is good. The jawline, very sharp. No comments. No comments. All right. Eyes. We worked on the eyes. Oh, eye color. Let's see. Wait, they had one in the early access that looked like mine. That was like blue on the outside and like gold on the inside. And I thought it was so cool that they had eyes that looked like mine, but maybe they don't. Mobile Twitch? I know, it's gross. I know. Jaw dropping. Isn't she cute? Those lips, like her lips are very cute. What if we go pink? Pink and pink. Or is that too pink? Like, see, but the pink matches. Like, Oh yeah, here it is. The presets. Oh, wait. Wait, can you change the color on the inside? Oh no, that just is pink? That's kind of cool. Whoa, why does her pupils are so small. Oh look, one pupil's really big. I kind of like the blue, but they're so scary so close up. Nose to the side, like we had our nose broken. No, we're gonna be pretty. Because I know how she does have some pouty face lips. And Shroudy's time. Need to go back because it's tons of fun. Yeah, we're definitely gonna go back to it. Ooh. That's very pretty. Detail. Oh my gosh. Irish outer color. Look. Oh my god. No, I really like the dark inner color. Oh my gosh. That's cool. That's really cool. Veins. Oh my god, I can be like all cracked out. Okay, no. Detail. What does detail mean? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Scale. Give her huge anime eyes. She looks like the tiefling. You don't talk about Baldur's Gate. You hate Baldur's Gate. You hate Baldur's Gate. She's about to take my soul. I added letter. Honestly. Same. Holy eyelashes. Guys. That she would not be able to see in real life. Extensions. Just gonna fly away. Oh man, like. So wait, the extensions went like to like here-ish. Oh, why is this doing this? There we go. Here-ish. No, they were at 50. So let's make those go down a little bit. What this? This is Nightingale, and I've been waiting like 2 years for it. I'm very excited. Hi, Aya. A little raccoonish. Yeah, no, we toned it down a bit. We toned it down a bit. And I'm sure the makeup will help too. It's apple butter. Yep, that's what everyone says. All right, so dead center here. Ooh. Oh. Is a crockpot plugged into the wall in the office hallway? Does it have apple butter in it? Height. Oh, okay. Let's go back to where we were. Cheeks. Get her all cheeked up. Oh, no, she looks like a little raccoon. No, we don't want to do that. Teeth? Oh my, why? Why? Is she going British? Like that? Fangs? There's no fangs, though. DK. Ew. Honey, no. 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 No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That girl. There's something disturbing about this. I know. Like, there's some features that, like, don't need to be here, you know? Okay. Cheeks. Coverage. Holy... What? She's like porcelain now. Look, she has no pores whatsoever. There's 0 pores left on this woman's skin. 0. She's doll. She's a doll. See her! Is there a slider for donk? We're not even at the body yet. Or we passed the body. We'll have to go back. Oh, Seer, I'm so sorry. At least you won't bleed out of those. It's true. Made of plastic. It's fantastic. Hi, Tacos. Welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, we'll give... There's 20 seconds left of the... Oh, Sear's here. Okay. I was like, there's 17 seconds left of the ad. Welcome in, writers. Thank you for being here. If you don't know who I am, hello, hi. Welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer, and I play whatever I want. And that includes things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, a ton of survival games, and everything in between. Today is launch day of Nightingale, which is a survival craft game. I know you're shocked. I know. Woo, I know you're shocked. I know. Crazy. But it is a survival craft game that takes place in the fairy realms. And I am so excited. I've been waiting like 2 years for it. I'm so pumped. But in the meantime, I have a very quick video that I like to show when we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about. Have a good one. Crystal and syllables have too many syllables? Well, seeing as how it's not Crystal and it is Krista, I'll forgive you this once. But I hope you enjoy this video and I'll see you in a minute. Do not shorten it to pin or I'll cry. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? They can't know we're like this until they're here. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. This is what heroes look like. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Why did you hold it like that? Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I can see it.
Look at that donk. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? What have I done? Are you pooping? I can't stream in these conditions. I have poopies for you. That won't and can't go wrong. Don't give me that baby. Oh my gosh, my monitor. It's still rolling.
Eat.
No. I was already out. That was for the smell. I'm trying to make the poop.
Yes, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. I keep finding these boners. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Oh my hot dogs! What is happening?
There's a deep rib.
What is this?
Deep rib.
Ho-ho! We home! Name every year in the 80s. I couldn't make this up if I tried. I don't want to fight in the poo. Where would Clucky's butthole be? You know, like these are the important questions. How do I know so much of Umbop? You did not just Umbop me.
I would play Yenga.
Yeah, I could play Shenga. Shenga?
But
Go, bees! I just want to be beautiful like her. Is it working? I'm a cat, I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. What did? Oh, I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
You're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
Dear, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? I don't even think I saw what you played because I think that you said you got an ad and I was waiting. Oh, you were also playing Nightingale. What did you think? How is it? How is it? How is it? I'm so excited. I haven't even made it out of the the character creator. About to die. I have 10%, but before water, posture, meds. I took meds. I will drink my water, and I fixed my posture. Can't believe Seer beat Nightingale already. Crazy. Seer's such a gamer. Such a gamer. Oh, I guess we'll stay in the middle of that one too. There is a learning curve. Okay, okay. Is this like sweaty? Oh my gosh, my monitor. I feel like I might have to. It is sweaty. I might have to like unplug my monitor and plug it back in because it's been like freezing up sometimes. I don't want it to be sweaty. No butter yet? Oh, man. What a shame. Yeah, see, it just did it again. Shit, see? It just did it again. Alright. We're down here. We're in makeup. Okay. Cheeks. Eyeshadow. That's kind of cute. It's hard to see. with that. It's kind of a mood there. I kind of like just like the kind of the plainer ones, you know? Is detailed without being detailed. I know, it's kind of interesting so far. I think I like that. Just like plain with like her. Yeah. Intensity. Color. Ooh, they added more colors. Wow. Body. Yeah, I did know that. If you need to, yeah, you do it ink. Yeah, thanks. Ulfie. Maybe we'll go dark here. Maybe we'll like go dark purple here. And then... Wait, why is it... How come I can't... Oh, geez. Okay, so you literally gotta scroll. What is color 1 versus color 2? Like, I don't see what it's doing. Is it just above her... Oh, okay. I see. It's just like above. It's like the shading above, so this one should also be purple. Okay. Don't let it fall down, Zell. Woo! Glitter, obviously. Obviously. Intensity, max. That's not glitter. You bitches. Wow, that's glitter. I'm dead. I'm actually deceased. I'm actually dead and deceased, and then I'm not living anymore. Oh my god. I have died. I have literally died. Look at it! I've literally died and been resurrected, and now I'm dying again every time I look. Oh my god, it's so pretty. Oh, see, the purple on purple, not quite so much, but the light purple on the dark purple is kind of a mood. See, I feel like from far away, that'll look kind of clownish. Yeah, so I think we need to go darker. Oh my gosh, it's so pretty. It's so pretty! I hope they have this much, this much detail when we're talking, because that would be kind of crappy if you did all of this and there wasn't. Oh, maybe that's too heavy on the eyeliner. Let's go a little bit lighter on the eyeliner. See, I definitely want an under eye. Oh, that's actually a little better. It's a little softer. She's so cute. Glitter? Fucking obviously. Why do you keep asking me if I want glitter? The answer is yes. Always glitter. Thank you. Glitter color. Glitter color black. Yes. Okay. All right, eyelashes. Mascara eyelash root color should be black. Eyelash tip color. Oh my gosh, what if I... Oh my gosh. Yes, drops are enabled. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, but like it's kind of a mood. Mascara root color, also black. Okay, that's fine. Mascara tip color, purple. You can't really see it, but it's there. We know it's there. Lips. All right. Whew. We'll get there eventually. I don't know. Not gonna lie, she's kind of a babe. Wait, why is it... Wow, that's very dark and very shiny. Look at how shiny that is. Lipstick glitter? Obviously. Stop asking. What's up, Auditory? Welcome in. How you doing? Alright, I think we need to turn the gloss down a little bit so that you can see the glitter. I don't see any glitter, though. Oh, let's change it to it. Oh! Oh my god. I'm actually in heaven right now. What is color 2, though? I, like, literally don't see it. Living? Nikki, same. I want this, like, fucking Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz red. Oh my god, look at how close you can get to her face. Oh my god. Hold on. Can we change? No, this one has, like, more coverage for sure. You want her IRL? Lol. So what's the etiquette on when a lady says her profile in a dating app that she doesn't have kids, but then also she has pictures with 2 kids that look just like her? Ooh, that's tough. Because, I mean, like, they could be her, like, nieces and nephews or something, you know? Something about her eyes I don't love, and I don't know what it is. Oh, I like that eyeliner better, though, first of all. What is it about the eyes I don't like? Do I have to increase the roundness more? They're just so long. Like, they're so long, you know what I mean? Could be, yeah, cute kids. They come at you. Like, I don't care, but I kind of care. Yeah, exactly. She could be an aunt. It's true. Pretty lady, isn't she so cute? Alright, so. Yeah, so there isn't any body, it looks like. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any. I'm in the garage on phone, so Why? Why, Broseph? What are you doing out there? Broseph, what are you doing out in the garage? Broseph. Broseph, what are you doing in the garage? Broseph, what are you doing in the garage? That's not where Brosifs go. What are they doing? What? Can't hear you over the coughing? That picture. Yeah, that's also true. Nikki's got a good point, too. She could... Oh, look at how cute she looks blonde. I think we might switch it up to blonde, guys. Look at how... Look, she's a fucking babe when she's blonde. Come on. I think we might change the eyes, though. Like, the pink eyes are really cute, but... Like, what if we did, like... Detailed. There we go. What if we did, like, this? What if we did, like, a really, like, a blue... Or what if we did the same blue? So it was, like, a ring of pink. She's a blonde babe. And the character is cute too. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're not allowed to say shit to me. You're not allowed to say those things to me. She looks good. This looks like a 50s pinup, right? I think that looks a little bit better. A little bit less pink in the eyes looks good. All right, are we good? I don't know. Like, I love the pink because it when it shifts on her eyeshadow, but I also feel like looking straight on it, it's kind of clownish. I'm husbando. I say the shid. Great work. Thanks. I think we're just gonna play. We're just gonna play with the possibility of a different glitter. Oh my god, what about like white? No, that looks really clownish from far away. Ooh, okay, so then what if we do that? And then what if we do this? And we make the intensity of the purple higher. That's it. I like that a lot. Because, like, it doesn't look very clownish from the front because of, like, the shimmer. But then when you're, and then when you're close and it's purple. Lurky, no problem. Trying to get into characters' walls. In their walls? Oh, God. Did somehow Broseph hear... Did you hear Broseph saying that that's how they refer to fucking apartments? We went blonde because I think the blonde fits the makeup just a little bit better. Intensity can come down like the smallest smidgen. There we go. Glamorous but business. I think so too. Okay, heedful refugee. You took pride in your ability to live off the land, coming from long island farmers. Self-sufficiency. When worlds so like reached that you were coming, the fact you abandoning your family's ancestral land, their legacy is okay. So like, I don't know what I want. Like, realm power, starting layout, like, easy. Survivalist prepper. What? Oh my god! How come if it's hard, you get a dress? Extreme. Unprepared civilian. Okay, so let's see. Realm. The higher the realm power, the more challenging the realm. This represents the difficulty of your starting realm. Each realm you visit afterwards will be different. The higher the realm power, the more challenging the realm. This experience is catered towards players who are new to their survival. I am not new to the survival crafting genre. Because dresses are a hindrance? No, because it's your role is that you're an unprepared civilian. And late sleeper. That's lol. But dresses are a hindrance. Okay. Nice knickers, right? Ugh, I think I need to unplug my monitors and plug them back in. 110, but does it have pockets? I don't know. My monitor is frozen. I can't see. All right, guys, give me like literally 1 second. Poop. I didn't poop. So pretty, sharp dress, right? I was dressing so sharp. Oh, it didn't help. My screen is still doing the thing. I don't know why. It's so weird. It's so random, too. One time I jumped on a horse wearing a foot dress. Person holding let go for and stuck. Oh yeah, I've heard that. I heard that story before. Oh my god, it froze way faster than last time. Okay. Alright, so I think I'm just gonna go medium, medium. New monitor goal when? Oh my gosh. I don't even know what I would get. I'll probably get like a curved or something. Like something good. Like this isn't even like this is like a super stupid cheap monitor. Like this is not by any means a good monitor. Advance to finalize your character and begin your adventure. Next. My character name. Wow, I'm so original. Why didn't you mount side saddle? Because it's brosive. What do you
Before
mean?
time itself, the realms have existed.
Okay, shh.
Born of curiosity, we opened the first gateway to our endless Feywilds. The Fey have long since aided men in harnessing that which we live and breathe. Magic. Tolerance was known until your grasp extended reach. Greed, in the face of power, saw your world caught in ruin. And out flowed the Pale, swallowing all in its path. Some fled its ever-spreading tongue, seeking refuge in Nightingale, only to be severed from assistance as the pathway between realms collapsed. But perhaps not all is lost, for Nightingale still stands, pushing forward towards progress
I said the name.
and enlightenment, humanity's final beacon. Your path thither
God, it
is
stops.
winding
I don't
and
even know if I'll be able to
full of
play if it
terrors
keeps
nascent
fucking
realms.
freezing like this.
Wilt thou succumb to fey lands beyond thy wit? Or wilt thou endure, find the way homeward and rebuild anew?
Jack, lay down. Wheezies. Yeah, I've never like I don't know why it's doing this. What's freezing? My monitor, like it like OBS is still like capturing it moving, like the OBS it's moving, but on my screen it's frozen. Like my monitor keeps like freezing. You've had that happen before? How'd you fix it? Can't wait for Dirt to be like, I got a new monitor. Unknown realms. Okay. To borderless. Okay, let me see.
Let my words steer your steps.
Holy low sensitivity. Holy shit. Okay. Settings. Video. Windowed borderless, yeah. Enable arachnophobia mode. L-O fucking L. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Okay. Wow, sensitivity. Okay. Let's turn you up. Let's see how sensitive it gets before we try. Why is everyone scared of spiders? So I had a pretty traumatic experience when I was younger and I was a Girl Scout. And I'm terrified of spiders now. Okay. Can I run? I can. Okay. Can I pick anything up? Not yet. Okay. But centipedes, so sensitive. I know, I'm such a baby. Human centipedes, maybe.
How now, fleshling? Whither wander
call me
you
fleshling.
lost in our Feywilds?
Don't call me a fleshling. I don't know if I have flesh or not. Is this a horror game?
Show
have I done?
haste, human.
Show haste? Okay, fine. You love centipedes, Broseph? You...
Quickly, before those bound fiends
I
snuff
know.
out your despair.
Falling impact. Oh my gosh, I hurted my feet. NPC voice is kind of low. Okay. Is there a third person? Yeah, it says it here. Look. Video. Enable third person view. Experimental. Yeah. First of why? Wait, they're not no, not pirates today. Fuck.
Shadows abound, yet like a fire's final embers, you refuse to be snuffed out.
The target for picking stuff up is off. Ew, gross. Okay, good to know, but also I hate it.
I come with an offer to guide you to a safer realm, and rebuke death, unlike so many of your kin. Take these bloodstained cards, play them, and let amiable bond be drawn between Fey and Fleshling.
It gets irritating to grab some stuff. I
Give
feel like
me
that
your
that wasn't
hands,
the
that
case
we
in
may
the
be friends,
stress test.
and I shall restore amends. Almost it.
Phoenix, how you doing? Welcome in. Whose blood? I don't know.
Hurry yonder toward portal and apparatus, so you,
Apparatus.
dear child of Earth, might abscond this nightmare.
A Moldavite ring. Ooh.
Travel to the forest byway swiftly. Across the divide, a greater gift awaits. Partnerships with we Fey afford many wonders yet unseen.
There is pathogens out there, it's true. You don't just want anybody's blood. A millipede can burn you? Really? Really? I couldn't slide. There we go. Okay, are you gonna open the thing for me? Hello? Are you... Biome cards. Byway card. Forest. Major. Okay. Play this card to seek a realm lush with forest. First discovered realm with plus forest. Sealing rest card. Nice. Leaving Feywilds where animal. Okay. Play this card to seek a small transient realm. But, like, why do you have to do both? Hi, Squints! Millipede spicy? So do you have to have two? You do. Okay. So you have to have, okay, a biome And a byway. So what does the byway do? Dominion of wild successes for pathways between larger realms like secret passage from two glades from Fae, Red Cross Knights. Okay. Okay.
Fly, Realm Walker. The fiends have caught your despairing stench.
I am not stinky. How are you? Waiting your debit card? Where you go? Oh, no, it's fine. And they canceled it due to fraudulent charges? Well, it's a good thing that I got canceled and you didn't get stupid charges that don't belong to you. Did you play in the grape farm? I don't think Aya's... Oh, no, Aya was here earlier. She talked about the crack pot. They call you Stinky? I'm no Stinky. I'm not stinky. All is ready. Okay. Potential creatures: deer, fish goat, bloodhorn, scion of the Gaeonus. The gay on us. Bloodhorn, scion of the Gaeonus. Blot, the elder's spoil, and Caterpillos. Are those fuck. Are those caterpillars and antelopes? Seer, thank you so much for 4 months.
Just resubscribed for 4 months.
I appreciate it. I tried to say caterpillar and I went caterpillar. Seer, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you. Okay, Puck, what you got to say?
Count thyself among the fortunate few who manage to flee the pale's noxious proliferation.
A spa day, a haircut and wash, extensions and tinsels, beads and glitter spray, mani-pedi makeup. Oh, you might. I'll just maybe a little bit.
Nightingale still stands, but earth teeters on the brink, and these wilds are far from hospitable. Sequestered so and struck by woe begs the question, wilt thou
I'm
be
a
a survivor?
I'm gonna
The gift
make
I
it.
promised should aid thy cause.
A guidebook and
A
pocket watch.
hermetic guidebook and pocket watch, purloined off the corpse of a realm walker. Keep these like close companions.
Sure.
With the man-made network sundered, entrust me to find the trail forward through these
First I was
byway
afraid.
realms.
I was petrified. His name is Puck. Mm-hmm.
In the interim, I hear your stomach snarling. Take reprieve from misery and gorge yourself with a feast fit for a fleshling. Preserve yourself, and I shall return anon.
I don't know why I
Under this
caterpillar
mask, you
lilies.
wonder,
Caterpillar lilies.
I am Puck.
Yeah, I got
Robin
it.
to some.
Oh.
Oberon's merry wanderer of the night. The last furtive fae to grace your kind.
The last Fae. Pink tinsel. That's it. That's my girl. You are starving? Well, there's berries, like, right here. Brodog will let me go get them. You can hold small items like food and torches in your offhand. Okay. So use your offhand. Okay, cool. Eat these berries. Amazing. Okay, I have to cut that. I have to cut that. Alright, so what can I gather? I can gather more berries. Remember the old show on TV, Real World? Yeah. There was a guy named Puck. Yeah. Broseph is indeed mighty. Broseph is a mighty pain in my tuchus. No, I'm kidding. I love them. Yeah, we watched Real World. Real World Road Rules Challenge. Oh, it's not terrible. Was that hemp? That was weed! Is that a weed? Is that a weed in my good Christian Minecraft server? Is that a weed? collect all the weed. 4 reasons. 4 reasons. I said for reasons. Thanks, Broseph. Where did I get this little bag? This little bejeweled bag that I'm carrying my berries in? I can probably craft something eventually, right? Get the rest of these berries. We'll get a little flat little area to make our... Everybody starts out with a square shack. It's just the rules of survival craft. I'll show you my bejeweled bag. Oh, whoa. Dirge. We're already married. Sticks. Alright. Can I craft? Crafting. No known entries. Journal. Acquire berries. Acquire sticks. Acquire rocks? Rock your mom's world. But I can't do it. Stop clipping! Don't look at me! No, for real though, like, there's no rocks on the ground. There's only rocks in rock form. Wait, is this a rock? No. Rock. Dwayne. Dwayne Johnson, where are you? There's too much to individually clip. Fair. God damn it, is this gonna be this whole stream? Oh, it did the thing. Okay. There we go. There's only rocks in rock form. Can someone can someone quote that, please? There's some frame drop. Yeah, it's in the game. Like that just happened there, yeah. Thank you. Listen, I need to upgrade my PC, but I don't know how. And I have all the pieces, I just don't know how to do it, and I need somebody to do it for me. I need a rock. This is mineable. Hank, you have all the pieces? I do! I have all the pieces, I just don't know how to do it. You rock. Chaos is playing Sea of Thieves. Oh my god, rocks. I win! Rocks in not rock form. Open the guidebook to the building menu. Basics and repair. Oh my gosh. Place? Question mark? Okay, okay. Oh, let's make like a little beach little... A little beach little... Guys. Okay, and then what? And then what? And then what do? Rocks in a collectible format. Auto add resources. Auto add resources. Structures of the campfire can use to cook. No shit. Okay. Workbenches and other stations in Nightingale have multiple interaction points. Interact with the fire pit area of the campfire to manage fuel and flame. After igniting the campfire, interact with the cooking pot of the campfire to begin cooking. Select your recipe and press craft. Okay. Add fuel. Stick. Add. Confirm. 1 minute of burn time. Let's go. I'm gonna cook my berries. Roasted berries. It sounds delicious. Quantity. Oh, quantity. Okay, craft. Did I get SPs? Can I get some SPs? Should be Friday already. I wish it was Friday because my boss is going on another trip. I do like my boss. Like, it sounds like I don't like my boss. I do really like my boss. He stresses me out sometimes. Okay, you may open up your inventory and manage your equipped items. Press I and tab. It's the same button. Okay, whatever. Manage inventory. Eat these berries. 7. Eat these berries. Delicious. Discovered roasted meat. How did I discover roasted meat? I ate berries. Okay, hi, Puck.
You've avoided embarrassment by staving off starvation.
So I didn't know that, actually.
From the lingering scent, your meal was no summer court banquet. But at least you persist.
Are you making fun of me for eating berries?
We must carry forth whilst this byway is aligned with another. One which should get us the portal stands nearby.
Wait, I wanna, like, continue. But I wanna survive and craft. Why are you being a bully? What? 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 Add selected. 25? Sure, that sounds great. Ignite. Okay, now I'm gonna make some mixed plants with my roasted berries, because that makes sense too. Oops, I don't know what to do. Teehee. Oh, good, it did it anyway. Craft item. Wait, no? Affected that. No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Oh, look at the magic. I get eggs when I saw black eggs, I was so confused. They're good though. That's what I've heard. And there's like black there's like black chickens too, right? Cat loves Campbell's canned spaghetti, really? Spaghettios. Alright, so this bitch wants me to leave already. I like was just vibing. I was just chilling. They're bones and beaks and eggshells? Are the ones that lay them? She goes crazy. A desert card. And a byway card. You're the same? I have some chocolate cake. I want it. Oh, portal's open. Standing in swamp water for too long can lead to contracting Anak blight. Try following alternate routes through the swamp. Anak. Anak blight. Oh, I thought I crashed, but it just froze for a second. She'll shove her face in and eat it. Okay, bygone Geo-Arcanus frequented deserts, relishing the sunlight playing across the landscape, the illusion of unending horizons. Long ago, forsaken the Fae, yet vestiges remain. Hot. So, maybe let's not be here then. Huh?
Summer runs through my being as blood runs through yours. Yet I've seen that dew men call sweat flow like rivers in our deserts. This heat devours spirit, howbeit. Enduring the elements is part of the Realm Walker's folly. Pleasure sought through vanquishing hostility. Whether this pleases or not, without shelter and the means to defend it, will not
Stick
last
tent.
long. Best to test your nesting prowess and avoid exhaustion.
Build a stick tent. Oh, he does like a little ballet dance as he leaves. LOL. Stick tent. Place. Oh, look. Let's go like against this rock. No, right there. Perfect. Auto add resources. Amazing. Bedroll. Place. Like here is good. Auto add. If your rest drops too low, you'll begin losing max stamina. Will succumb if it reaches 0. Rest buffs increase at the comfort level your bed increases. Amenities such as light, heat, and furniture increases comfort level. Higher comfort levels add the varying level bonuses to your health and stamina. Okay. Resting requires a minimum comfort level. Building the bedroll under shelter meets the necessary requirements. Okay. Short rest. If the devil was a leprechaun, lol. Why can't I rest? Is that what I'm doing? Am I resting? Okay, you don't actually lay down. Interesting. Okay. Alright, I need an axe, a pick, a knife, a sickle, and a torch. Let's go. I'm hot. Is that an elephant? Hello? What is that? What is that? Alright, get out of the hut. Okay, can I make crafting? This one probably first. And then this one probably second. Oh, I need more rocks. Mr. Walking Stick? Why can't I rest? Ping throwing me into an existential crisis. It's true though, why can't I? Do you pick these up? Are they going into my inventory? Are these going in my inventory? How do I know? Sticks? Is this not wood? Hello, ma'am? Do I have to cut all of it down to get the wood? This seems silly. I'm also a little warm. I might change my shirt, to be honest. Yeah, okay. That's what it is. You have to break the whole thing to get it. Okay. I mean, stupid, but I got it. It makes... Yeah, you have to break the whole thing to collect it. I get it, but it's stupid. Alright, I need to find a couple more rocks so that I can make a pickaxe. Oh, you're a rock. Come on, man. I don't like noises. Please stop. Oh, look, rocks. Okay. Rocks in not rock form, but in pebble form. Oh, my neck. Okay, makeshift pick. There we go. Craft. Okay, now, 2. Amazing. Now... Grab. No, thank you. Let's get out of the hut. It makes wood-ish sounds. It does make wood-ish sounds. Should we try to chop it? This is gonna be our first death. There's so many people over here. Does it ever not get hot? Ugh, I feel like I have to crack my neck, but like nothing will crack. Oh, let's make this. Oh, no problem. Get ready for bed. Yes, get ready for bed. Oh. Oh. Is this how you rest? Bitches. Now can I rest? No, you do rest. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You don't sleep. Like, you don't physically lay down in your bed and sleep. Which is very strange for me. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Break this. Break this. No? Not mine? You don't mind that? You don't mind that? Do you mind this? What the fuck do you mind? What am I picking up? Plant fiber. I'm very confused, like, what the mining situation... Okay, this, I can mine this. That one hits? Tap, tap. That one doesn't have the mining symbol on it, though. Very interesting. Jeez Louise. Alright, I'm gonna go for it. I'm going for it. I'm doing it. I'm gonna chop this dude. I'm gonna chop him. Chop, 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 chop. Ah! Oh, why? He ran away. He fucked all the way off. He fucked all the way off. He was like, no thank you, I don't want any of this heat. I'm way down by my inventory. Well, that was fast. That might be my record. That might be my record of over-encumbrance. Okay. Now. Make one of these. Make one of... Oh, I can't. I can make this, though. Okay. Alright, so I need another something for the sickle. Wait, why didn't I make the torch? Oh, I did. Oh, it's in my offhand. Okay. So, we need rock. Just a couple more rocks. And then I'm finished making everything to progress and get off of this hellscape island here. Ba-da-da. And then, after I get out of hell, which is this desert, I'm gonna go change my shirt so I'm not sweaty. Because it got warm. What are you? This is like some Legend of Zelda shit. What's this? Can I touch this? I probably shouldn't, but I'm gonna. Automation chest. Take all. What does that mean? Why did the music change? Oh. Can I... Hi? Hello? Did you put something in the chest? Oh my gosh. You're little robot workers. You're little robot workers. What's... There's white stuff everywhere? Sand, you mean? Makeshift items. This is the one I need. Okay. Now I've done everything. Got it. Harvest better resources, special quality. Okay. Craft higher level tools to harvest. Got it. Each tool has a certain damage type. Creatures with varying weaknesses and resistances to damage types. Got it. Okay. Hello, Puck.
It slipped my skull.
Oh, there's white stuff
that
everywhere.
Earth's
What's
great
this?
citadels resulted from decades of toil.
I got it now.
Still,
sometimes because there's like
a
a second or two delay between like when I say things and when chat types.
You now hold.
So sometimes I don't know exactly what's being referred to. All right, well he's talking to me. Hopefully I'm safe. I'm gonna change my shirt really quick and I'm gonna grab my chocolate cake. OMG, so cringe. She's wearing her own merch. I didn't go piss girl. I went and I changed my shirt. And I got cake. The cake that the idiot from fucking DoorDash was like, oh, they don't have cake mix. And I was like, it's not a cake mix, dumbass. It's a whole ass cake. And then he showed up with it anyway. Oh my. This is a mess. This is a mess. Alright, skip the skull. Those are stuck to the twist. Selected them more than.
You'll
mean,
need better
are you
woodworking
really making
skills
fun
than
of
that
me right
when
now?
we reach our destination proper.
He's
It
like, look at your
affords the
shitty
perfect
tools.
setting for... Well, we shan't ruin the surprise.
Oh. Okay then, I suppose. Ah, no. I'm immediately dropping it. All over the place. Don't ruin the surprise, for sure. But
Let us
also
depart,
don't make fun of my skills.
and speak of your ill-favored constructs no more. One final by way of muck and mire, then this path of beginnings shall fork unbounded into whatever endings you seek.
Okay. So he's gonna give us one more, like, tutorial realm, and then we start the game. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Where's the portal? I don't know where the portal is, and I'm also encumbered. I'm just gonna walk towards these totally fine and not dangerous buildings over here. Where's the portal? Oh my gosh, I can't jump. You can't jump when you're encumbered. That's funny. Sand block. Seed. Alright, I guess we will... Lol? Okay. Because you're cumbered. I'm not cumbered anymore. But yeah, that would suck. That would suck, though. If they're like, you can't go through this portal. You're too fat. Portal. So it's not this mysterious building. Hot, wet. Yes, that's usually how water works. Just throwing that out there. Okay. Swamp card. Love it. Open portal. Let's go. Going to the swamp. Like, I know that there's really only so many biomes, like, to really truly exist. But I mean, come on, it's forest, desert, swamp. Like, and then there's the fire area, like, we know. I want to get stuck on, like, the planet that's, like, I don't know, fucking laughing gas is the environment or something. Okay, so this is the swamp. Okay. Return to Puck. Hey, Pucker. Where are you at? Hi.
If not for Astaroth's decree,
A green ogre or a
this
donkey?
trek would have been
Yeah.
as easy as peach pie. We Fae
Peach
are
pie.
forbidden from consorting with your kind. And while my amity is yours, it behooves us both to move with caution. But enough prattle. the bound guard fey archways that align with temporal realms. As they're already acquainted with your despair, those fiends will emerge when you try to leave this final byway. While I know man's impulse is to flee, without pluck, you're sure to expire. Once this fen is within our wake, a fine morsel of knowledge I shall bequeath. Ahead lie relics of humanity's future.
Listen, Dirge, have you thrown up yet? A tier 1 predator. Hi. What level are you? Thank you. Wait, how do I cut this? How do I do? Oh, I'm getting poisoned in the swamp. No! Swamp poison. I'm gonna die from the poison, the swamp poison. Oh no, 8. F. Eat. I'm gonna die. No way. Did I really just clutch it at 3 HP? Alright, I gotta wait though because I can't fight him yet. Hold on. This is like cotton. Plant fiber. Okay. Wait for my health to get back a little bit. Because I have to get predator bones. Wait, where did he go? Where did he go? Oh, hi. Are you a predator? Can I kill you? Hello? You don't look very predatory, but oh, look at that! I got it! Nice. Hello? Hello? Wait, can I keep hitting them to keep killing them? I mean, not keep killing them, but like to keep getting stuff from them? Oh, that wasn't even a predator bone. That was just a regular bone. Oh. Alright. Oh, are you? Hello? Come get me, bitch. Give me your bones. I need your bones. Oh my god. I need your bones. Hey, where did you go? Don't do that. Ah, my nose is just a regular bone. Yeah, it's just a regular bone. I need a predator bone. Okay, well I gotta skip. Oh, there's the bone. Okay. I got 1 bone. I need 2 more bones. I got 2 bones. I need 1 more bone. Also, what's the fall damage situation? Am I gonna get hurt here? Okay, well first of all, you didn't need to slide 12 feet further from where I actually jumped. First of all. What is? Hello? Hello? Bound bristle. What this? Ingot. I'm on the fence. There's no fence to be on, Dirge. You play with me. And then we be on the other side of the fence together. Oh. Oh no, I am weighing. Extract. What does this do? Should just give me Brosif's copy. I mean, Brosif literally lost their copy, like, they don't even appreciate. Hello? I am mad, so mad. It's gotta be somewhere. I feel like because you played the stress test, like, it's gotta be in your library. You checked Epic? Because I know it's also available on Epic, so I was like, maybe they didn't give you a whatchamacallit key. Maybe they give you an Epic key, but... Is that why you're out in the garage? Yes. That's exactly, because Brosif is out there screaming into the void. I hope there's a take all button, because I don't like clicking. Throwing up. Raging. Brosif's in the punishment garage? For spending 3... Yeah, no shit. Brosif, I can't believe you'd do that. I can't believe you'd spend 300 buckaroonies. Farting. Keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. There was nothing up here. I was bamboozled. Eating edible foods? Listen, anything's edible if you're brave enough. Anything is edible if you have balls. Oh, look at this chair! Bullshit. It's bullshit that that doesn't break. What's this? Rocks. Crude. Yeah, it is really crude. Everything's edible once. That's the truth. Hi, come here. I need to kill you. Come here, come here. Hi, hi, hi. Ah! Give me your bones. Give me your bones. This wasn't a bone, you son of a bitch. Oh, there's a bone. Thank you. You want some of this heat? You want some of this? Dude, you're ugly. You are hideous. Instead of going out for hot dogs and fries, you bought groceries. Hey, groceries are better. What is a capilet? I don't know, but let's build one. Makeshift capilet. What is this? Oh, it's a little caperoni. Aww. Acquire healing salve. Acquire roasted meat. I have to make the meat to be roasted. Texture is not your fave. Well, sometimes we have to do things that are not our fave. Brosif, you know. You know. Boom. 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 Healing salve. Hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Close. Autofill. for craft. For the good of brosif kind. One small step for brosif, one giant leap for brosif kind. Tons, so you mean bread, cheese, and milk? No, Azaro literally means 1 pack of ramen noodles. Wait a second. Wait a second. Did I fuck up? I may have fucked up. This is the second time pectins have come up today. Well, stop talking about your pecs and stuff. Jeez, you weirdos. Ice cream, pasta, sausage, vegetables, samosas. We just talked about samosas. We just talked about samosas. Oh, is this done? Are they? I don't know how, like, to tell if they're done. Apple butter. Apple butter. Make apple butter now and then. Oh my god, make me some and give. Give. I want the butter of apples in my hands. Nice as the adulting. Use essence dust to restore any worn tools or clothing in your inventory. Well. You see. I figured it out. Oh, hey, Puck.
You've stolen life to preserve.
If it was put in your hand, it'd be messy. I
a necessity.
have soap. I can wash my
Lest
hands.
it become a vice, one imbibed by men like.
You got like 9 jars
dandelion
worth.
wine.
Red Hots? Like the candies?
Now, I've led you about, around, through bog, through bush, through brake, through
Orzo,
briar,
Jambalaya,
and
Azarl.
forthwith a
Listen
temporal
to me.
realm of
If you
abeyance
do not
awaits.
post a picture of
And
that
so
in the
too,
Discord, I will
Nightingale.
personally be offended.
First, you must oblige your inner essence and choose the landscape that beckons. Ah,
Just spices.
no need for words.
I want the forest.
mystery of
Yeah,
the
I don't
hope.
want to go. Yeah, I
Play
don't
your
want to go.
cards, but
This crazy. Through the swamp byway. My way or the byway. Such an onion and bell pepper and a bit of roux and screw tradition. It's getting parmesan. Yeah, you better take a picture. I want to see it. So I can live vicariously through you. I had a steak sandwich. I had a steak and egg sandwich today. Where's the... Is that the portal? I think that's the portal. Race yourself to get it ready? Are you coming for some of this heat? I don't think so, bitch. Doesn't have cinnamon. Well, I guess they would probably... Like, they probably break down, right? Like, they probably melt down. They're still made of sugar at the end of the day. Lurk factor 9.5. Engage. Why did you do that? It's fine. Leave me alone. You sure? It just turns apple butter red? Yeah, it's just cinnamon flavored whatever. Cinnamon flavored sugar. Okay. There we go. Now this is the one This is the one that we do. This should be the portal that we start our game with now. I think. I think that my tutorial's over.
Remain vigilant while the realms align.
How, you guys aren't good. Hey, hey! Don't go in my portal. Did you just kill him? Get out of my portal! Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. I don't have stamina. Okay, okay, that's fine. It's fine. We got it. Okay. And oh shit. Alright, 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 alright. Alright, 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 alright. Last guy. Nice. Nice. What is this called? Bound Bristle. Hope Echo. People, yeah, but they have to, they have to have cards. Like, they have to have the right cards to get through your portal. Oh, the lag. I might have to close the game and change some settings in my my graphics card, because sometimes it tries to like overcompensate, and by trying to overcompensate makes it laggy. So that very well could be. Ooh, shit. 0 F. Okay, and then there we go. Ooh. You guys are very annoying. Okay, last one. Let me get stamina back. Alright. This is honestly, like, realistically, this is probably not the most effective weapon. Like, I probably should be using the axe or something, but, you know, knife, stabby. Can I go yet? Okay, cool. Are you just a regular? Yeah, you're just a regular little beastie. A little beastie. But yeah, so Horseman, people can come through your portal if they have the cards to get to it.
Save yourself. Survive the realms. And rebuild all that has been lost.
Shoving enemies while blocking can knock them down and provide damage bonuses while they are down. Makes sense, yeah. So, okay, but I believe that it's, like, if they have the cards, they can access your realm, but, like, you don't have to be on your realm if, like, they have the cards to access it. But, or you can multiplayer, obviously. Okay, here we are. Charms or items that may be attached to clothing or offhand items that boost your realm walking abilities.
Ah, we made it.
I need another coffee already.
With the byways left behind, your beginnings have ended. I bid you welcome to the Feywilds in earnest.
Why did my Discord say I was playing Skull and Bones?
Forgotten by the Fey.
It says Nightingale, right?
Left in limbo.
Yeah, it does,
Not
according to
unlike
mine.
you. How fitting.
Ugh,
And
my neck.
thus, here is yours to put down roots. But beware. In short time, darkness will descend,
Laying
and
foundation
with
will
it,
keep you okay.
Stygian. While you play
So
carpenter,
you don't want
there are
to.
nooks in
You
these
may now
surrounding
invite other realm
wilds.
walkers to your
I'm a
realm, gather
scrub
others, and
for
open up
the
the path to
knowledge
Nightingale
I
together.
pledge.
Okay, see, there you go. Okay, so this is my realm now that I can build in, I guess. So my first question is, like, do I have estate cairn? Oh yeah, that's right. That's how you build. Okay. All right. Mushrooms. I'm gonna get probably encumbered quickly, aren't I? Yeah, see, I'm 44.07 out of 50 already. Okay, so right off the bat, before I even like put down my little... Are you mineable? Oh, you're not. Before I even put down my little estate, I'm gonna build a fire and stuff so I can cook. Okay, add fuel, auto fuel, ignite, craft, roasted meat, autofill, max, craft. Yeah, I'm in Nightingale. Weird. I wonder why my Discord bot said that I was in Skull and Bones. That's so weird. Is anybody playing Helldivers? That's my second Steam friend who logged into it. Oh, okay, nice. So, it says that I need stone, but I also need stone blocks, which... I'm curious how you get stone blocks. Which makeshift cooking, makeshift items. Okay, so maybe I still have to find them. Mark all red. Okay, mark all red. Okay, so yeah, so I need 5 stone blocks and 20 rocks. So I wonder where blocks are gonna come from. And I need to do all this before night, apparently. Because at nighttime, the baddie bads come out. The offhand thing, I think, is gonna take a minute to get used to. If I'm being honest. Alright, so let's try the axe. Let's see what happens with the axe. If it's any better than the knife. Oh my god, what the hell are you? Oh, the lag. Oh yeah, I meant to log out and check my graphics card settings, and I clearly forgot. Who is throwing that? Is it up there? No, it's that guy. Okay. No! Okay, cool. And you're down. Okay. Nice. Arcane wick. Is this oil? Oh, it's gunpowder. Okay. Okay. Oh, my nose. Oh, my nose. I'm not picking my nose. I'm spinning my nose ring around. I just want to clarify. Alright. Stone bricks. Where are you gonna get bricks from? Sure. I know. I'm such a liar. A filthy liar. And then I start saying it and I'm like on this side, which is totally not even pierced. It sounds mad fucking sus in here. What are you? What are you? You're probably bad. Oh, he's probably not a vibe. I'm also sleepy, but I don't want to put my shit down yet. So, I have to have my video on the lowest setting to watch. You were in the block that is your nostril. Oh, the one little puzzle core. What's that do? All right, I'm gonna do that. Hold on, I'm gonna do it real quick. System. Quit game. Quit to desktop. Okay. All right, I'm going to put this on here. Now you guys have to see my big ol' ugly face while I do this. Okay. Nightingale. There's no way I'm getting 70 FPS on Nightingale. Like, there's just no way. This Dirty Bird streaming, I know. Sync. I feel like enhanced sync is the one that I need to turn off. You see my cake? Hee hee. Okay, so I'm gonna try to turn in this one off. I don't know if it's gonna do anything. I guess we'll see. Okay. Let's try. Make sure there's not an update, right? Check for updates. Yep, no, my graphics driver's up to date. That's a first. All right, I turned enhanced sync off. Sometimes that makes things kind of icky. Need a potty break? No, not yet. Not yet. Why, are you gonna try to eat my cake while I'm in the potty? For the best playing experience, yes, yes, yes. Resume. It is just sitting there. Yes, Nikki's gonna eat my cake? Nikki, that's not nice. Don't eat my cake. Thanks, Broseph. See, Broseph, this is what happens. Like, when you're not here, none of this stuff gets recorded. It all just gets lost into the void. Forever. It's your fault. That is sad. I know. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that, knowing what you've done to this family? A candle? Listen, I know I'm weighed down by my inventory. I'm weighed down by a lot of things in life, okay? Please just put this down. Thank you. Mom, I threw up. Dirge, have you thrown up yet? Dirge, have you thrown up yet? From how awesome this game is? Why is this not even on the ground? Can I, like... Can I do something? Oh my god. I break it. I break it. Goodbye forever. Okay, now I want it nice and even. Nice and flat, please. Okay, why are you being a bish? A Munchlax Big Eater Pokemon. Same, Munchlax. Fucking same. Same, Munchlax. Why? That was weird. That was super delayed. Okay. I think Broseph was saying that, like, they were so sad that I was saying that stuff doesn't get clipped if they're not here, because I was trying to make them feel guilty. Because I'm not as cool as Dirge. Broseph doesn't hang out with me anymore. Broseph literally told me to get fucked, and I was like, that's uncalled for. That's uncalled for. Always lurking, always watching, can't prove. Can't prove. Sorry, but, can't prove it. Am I gonna, like, light my house on fire? That'd be so funny. It'd be so funny and quirky and silly. Also, I, like, built it, like, halfway sticking on this thing. I don't care, I just needed to sleep. I said get forked, like a fork for that cake. I actually have a spoon for the cake, which is kind of funny. What are you? Alright, I need to find blocks. Oh my god, are you a block? I mean, you are, but... Are you a block? What is this? Why? Where do I get blocks? Stone blocks from? In that case, piss off? Yeah, exactly. You tell them. Okay, stone blocks. Like, this is a stone block, is it not? Stone blocks. Ooh. You look like little diamonds. Immune? Immune to these nuts. I want to mine all this. Look at all this. I want to mine it. I want to mine all. Oh my gosh, look all of it. Can I mark my map? Add way marker. There we go. This one. A little rocky rock. Okay, we'll come back. Kind of conspiracy is a stone block. But also, like, where do I get said stone block? Hold on, let me make sure I'm not, like... Makeshift items. Healing self. Okay. Building. Basics and repair. Okay. Estate. Okay. Resting. Survival. Okay, there is no, like, smelter or anything. Stone blocks are like birds. Okay, I'm listening. Go on. They are not real. Okay, fair. I thought you were gonna say something like really profound, Nikki. Thought you're gonna like say something like they can't be tamed. Or just, you know, something like really profound. And you're like, birds aren't real. Alright, I'm gonna rebuild. I know I just built a camp, but this is like a nice, cute little flat area. It's very nice. Okay, I'm weighed down by my inventory. I'm weighed down by a lot of things in life. Please stop reminding me. Oh my god, I need more sticks again. I'm just... Oh, wait. Wait. Do I have to make them, like, in the fire? Like, that doesn't seem to make sense, but I don't know. Who knows? Who knows anything about anything? Weighed down by your inventory stuff. Okay. Okay, so... Craft item. Show unknown. Decor recipes. What if I just, like, put shit in there? Like, what if I just put stones in here? Hear me out. What if you have traveled to the desert and then you get them from a pyramid? If I have to go to the desert before I can even do anything, I'm gonna be so upset. Okay, so that's not the answer either. Okay, so let's extinguish that for a second. Okay. Stone, like I'm reading this right? How do I have 5 stone blocks randomly? I'm so confused. Mush Wahlberg, my friend. What's up, Mac? How you doing? What'd you play today? Raiding in from No Man's Sky. Why did it say it like that? Why did it say it like that? Are you playing this? Are you gonna play this? Are you excited for this? Are you going to play this game? Alright, this is gonna be like, okay, that's fine for now. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Mark. How you doing? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I know that you know that I know that you know who I am. But on the off chance that you do not know who I am, or if you're just like, I don't know, I forgot about you. Hello? Hi? Hello? Welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer and I play whatever I want. And that includes things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, a shit ton of survival games, including the one I've been waiting for a very long time, Nightingale. It just came out today, and I am 2 hours in, and I'm very excited, and I'm loving it already. But you guys know the deal. I have a really quick video that we show here to get you all pumped up for the cringe. You know how it is. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in a moment. Play this? Nah, fam, this all you know. I know. Oh, I'm so pumped. All right, I'll see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? They can't know we're like this until they're here. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. This is what heroes look like. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Why did you hold it like that? Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I can see it.
Look at that donk. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? What have I done? Are you pooping? I can't stream in these conditions. I have poopies for you. That won't and can't go wrong. Don't give me that baby. Oh my gosh, my monitor. He's still rolling.
Yeet.
No. I was already out. That was for the smell. I'm trying to make the poop.
Yes, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. I keep finding these boners. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Oh my hot dogs! What is happening?
There's a deep rib.
What is this?
Deep rib.
Home. We home. Name every year in the 80s. I couldn't make this up if I tried. I don't want to fight in the poo. Where would Clucky's butthole be? You know, like these are the important questions. How do I know so much of Umbop? You did not just Umbop me.
Oh, we can play Jenga?
Yeah, I could play Shenga. Shenga?
But
Go, bees! I just want to be beautiful like her. Is it working? I am Cat, I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. What did? Oh, I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
You're like him, then you're like yeah.
Am I allowed to be a poo here? Yes, you are, Mock. I'm sorry I was being a poo. I'm sorry I was being a poo. I was in like a frisky mood the other day, and so I popped into like a whole bunch of my friends' streams, and I was like, what the fuck? And that's like all I said. And Mock was like, hello, Pinks? Like, what a welcome, what a greeting. Hello, hi? I don't know, I was just like in a mood, and I was like, what the fuck? What are you doing? What the fuck? Franklin with a 30! Whoa, what an entrance, yeah. Listen, I want people to know that I am here. Franklin with a 30. Tori, what was yours? Yours was up there too. Tori also is at 21 Korok seeds. When is it gonna stop raining? It's giving me the wet debuff. I guess it is what it is. Return to Puck. I am picking weed, sir. This is gonna be my, it's gonna be my goal to pick how to play wet. Oh, you guys can't see it. No! It said how to play
Your
wet.
tenacity overrules the gusts of fate. And this fay you have pleased.
Could be like a charm status effect. I see you. I saw you well before you were a poo thing.
Settled here, you'll
Am I
soon wish
taking-
to venture farther.
Am I taking
The
damage from
unending
being
lure
wet? Oh no, is it
humankind
hail?
so often succumbs
Wait,
to.
stop talking to me. I'm
Should you
getting
hear
hurt.
that siren call, fortunately, both are close
No.
at hand. And here is the knowledge that Robin's friendship
Across this
affords.
realm lies sights of power.
Across
Soldiers
this
can...
realm lies
I'm
sights
getting
of
hurt.
power, sealed by. There are many sights,
Okay.
each granting
Access
access
to ever more distant
ever
spheres.
more distant
The
spheres.
antiquarian. Okay.
Nearest
okay.
that
Blah blah
you
blah
must
blah.
first
Must
gain
feel
entry.
okay. Passing
Through a
seal.
seal
Children of
forged
the earth,
by
okay.
those last children. Their gates bar access to those
strange, hopeful
unworthy.
spark.
But
Nurture
I
it,
see
okay.
that strip once within.
If
Delve
I die
ever
while this
deeper.
guy is talking to
Toward
me
the
from this
pedestal.
hail.
Upon it lies the means to craft the card. Hurry now, fleshling.
Stop calling me fleshling. My guy. Please stop calling me fleshling. Alright. There's no way that was just wet. It had to be... Okay, so wet is the wave. It had to be hail. That had to have been what it was. Guidebook. Glossary? Codex? Glossary? Miscellaneous? Okay. How do I know what those things are if I couldn't... Oh, maybe it comes over here? Hold on, let me go stand out here and see. Am I getting hailed on? Okay, so now I have the wet. So let's see, does it tell me? Okay, do I hover? Okay, your rate of stamina regeneration is reduced. Your clothes are soaked through. Though time will dry you, a fire will do much more quickly. Okay, so I want to see. So it's not hailing now, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like it stopped hailing because that, whatever that buff is, or debuff is gone. You out your left butt in you, you're out your left buff. Is that what my, oh, you put your left butt in, you put your left butt out, you put your left butt in, and you shank it all about. I was like, is that what my closed captioning is saying? Because sometimes my closed captioning is crazy. Alright, get rid of the wet. It doesn't really matter to get rid of the wet, because I'm in the wet. Okay, return to Puck, unlock the antiquarian site of power. My gear score is 6 out of 20. Interesting. Okay, so what else can I even make? Storage. An angling basket. Okay. Place. Cute. Adjust height? What? It says adjust height. I'm trying to. But that doesn't do anything. It just rotates. And if I'm clicking it... Okay, I guess those things just can't go up. Maybe. I don't know. Mock, how was your stream? How was No Man's Sky? Move all items. That's fine. Let's do that. I got back into No Man's Sky for a hot minute, and then Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate happened, and we all know what that is. Puck, what do you want? Collect.
How far you've come, and yet how little you possess. Across these wilds,
What are essence
your
traders?
kind have
We found in most realms
proliferated
and offer
with haste.
schematics, resources,
Industrious
and consumables.
and more than
Oh.
willing to
Realm
avail
walkers can purchase
amidst
schematics from
your
essence traders to boost their
ever-growing
repertoire of
need.
craft. Repertoire is one of my favorite words
Indulge
ever.
their hunger
Craftable,
for
okay.
essence,
Realm walkers may
and
use
they
the
will indulge
guidebook
your
to
want
view
for
items.
new
Shut up!
and
I'm
novel
reading.
constructions.
When you select inside the buy button, you have to record essence will be deducted from your inventory. Okay. Unlock simple sewing bench. It was nice! Good, I'm glad. I'm glad it was nice. What did I just pick up? Did I just pick up rocks from underneath this rock? Exposition 12. Fuck, I'm so embra. Embarrassed. Why? Why embarrassed? Tell me all of the things. Especially why you're embarrassed. So that I can make fun of you. No, I would never. Oh my god, it doesn't take out of my crafting boxes? What? What? I wanted to take out of my stuff. Whatever. Alright, I need plant fiber and what? 6 in plant fiber. Okay. Plant fiber. Sticks. Build. Which way's the front? Nah, that's what she said. Or he said? Maybe no one should be saying that at all. I regret everything. Wood bundle and plant fiber. I've got the wood bundle somewhere, dude. Lumber. 1. Holy shit. Okay. I'm Brobot. So fun story, Pink. I tried signing into Epic and it thinks I'm a robot. I am Brobot. I am Brobot. Robot does not compute. Whoa. I'm not a fan of how the wood, like, fucking appears over your shoulder when you cut it down. When moist and dries, blinky pinky. I saw your linky pinky joke earlier. I was driving though, I couldn't acknowledge it. I'm sorry. Oh, jeez, Louise. Do you have fall damage? Are you gonna hurt me? Where do you get a wood bundle from? Item is breaking. Surviving is so hard. That music was weird. It kind of made me like get the little weird, in my chest, and I was like, "Ooh, what was that? I don't like it." Okay, so... oh, I did it. A simple workbench. A simple workbench. Bench. Wait, why won't you go straight? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh my god, it won't line up. It won't line up. Oh my god, it won't line up. Oh my god, it won't line up straight. Building traits modify the function of certain structures. The environment and nearby structures determine which traits the structures has. For example, a bedroll is more effective when it's in a warm, dry place. Obviously. There are both positive and negative implications to traits. A few to look out for are environmental traits like grit and expose, which are applied based on the location a structure is placed and increase crafting times. Benches gain the grit trait if they are built on bare ground. You can avoid this by placing benches on a foundation or existing structures within the realms. Benches are exposed if they are built in areas where they are not sheltered. Realm walkers can also add positive traits such as light and warmth by building a campfire near benches or bedrolls. Some structures can have augmentations impact their effectiveness and create new traits. To use an augmentation, you have to build it near the structure you want to impact. Oh, okay, so that's like Valheim. Okay. Pedal augmentations combos is... okay. Okay, yeah, so that's like Valheim. Got it. Realmwalkers can view active traits by interacting with a completed structure using the inspect interaction or in crafting situations. Okay. So I guess I should probably like build a home first. Oh my god, umbrella. Umbrella, Ella. Eh. 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 Straps, huh? What are marbles for? The slingshot? No way. Is it Rihanna's birthday today? Did you go pick up your daughter? No problem, Nikki. We'll be here. Alright, can I repair? Oh no, I do it this way. Repair. Okay. Now. Straps. No ingredients that meet the requirements. Animal fiber. Huh. Huh. I don't know what goes in this. Animal fiber. Autofill. Oh. Okay. It's two. Ugh, I hate when the output is like 2 input, 1 output. Ugh, I hate it. Okay, these sinews and tendons of beasts are found to be spent as a means of prying further sustenance from waters one's encounters? What? Wait, is there like... Like, where did they go? Craft? Like, I'm not crazy, right? Like... I don't know here. Do you have to equip the umbrella? Or does it just work? Do you have to equip the umbrella? I guess so? You have to just have... You just have to have it in your offhand? Do you have to hold jump down? Do you have to hold F? I'm so confused. So F is how you use your offhand. Okay. So now is that consistent? You're weighed down by your inventory, so I might not be able to... Well, because I can't jump. Okay, hold on. Alright. I don't know where my little, like, strap things went. I don't understand what happened there. Okay. I want to try to jump again, and I want to see if I can figure out if it is consistent with F or not. Yeah, it looks like you do have to hit F. Okay. Alright, well that's good to know, I guess. How do you put away? What key bindings? Thank you. Crouch. Control. Jump. Sprint. Space is not... Oh. Why, why didn't you put them here like these ones are? Weird. Okay. V. Secondary action. Toggle item sheath H. There we go. Alright, so the one thing I haven't been able to figure out is where my leather strap thingies that I just made went. I don't know. Okay. So, purchase the simple sewing bench from the essence trader. Does my map show me where that is? Or do I have a marker? No. I don't have a marker. My respite. What's this? Occupation. Defeat hostile creatures by occupying this site to claim rewards. Consume minor realm cards to trigger realm-wide effects. Wilhelmina Sass. Antiquarian site of power. Essence trader. Okay, cool. Ooh, what's that? Oh, I hit the wrong button. There we go. H. Okay. Okay, so... Is this a pirate ship or something? Where's... Oh, they don't come up on your compass, huh? Okay, I guess... Just have to follow the bot, or follow the marker. My gosh, you literally have to walk with that. Minky Pinky. You silly goose. There's nothing in these cages? We don't do anything in these cages? Okay. Alright. I'm sorry, you're cute, but... No, I need your meat! Come back! I need meat! No, I'm not gonna do that yet. I'm going to get to this trader lady. Oh, you do climb a little bit. That's nice. Alright, let's see if I die. Are we ready? So you don't take damage? Well, it was hail. Like, it absolutely was another status effect, which I'm pretty sure was hail. But yeah, it might help. So it helps you float, but it might help against rain. You're right. You are correct. Oh, wait, why are you like a ghost? Wait, why is the other one a ghost? Oh, he's not? He just didn't load? Is that what happened right now? Oh my god, there's so many of them. So many. Yeah, one of them's got one left. Good. Nice! Oh. Oh, wait, what? Since when? Can you get 3 out of there, or just 2, and it just does the third animation? Where'd the third one go? Wait, where's the other... Oh, here he is. Essence. Yeah, he was like a ghost for like a second, and then he wasn't anymore, so that's weird. Alright, I want to see... I'll probably die, but I'm so curious how well this umbrella works here. Okay, it uses stamina. Makes sense, like they all use stamina, but I was hoping this one might be different. Oop. I thought for sure this bitch was about to... Oh, I don't have to use F. Okay, well that's good to know. I feel my face getting like a combination of like concentrating slash my normal resting bitch face slash like I'm kind of tired face. And I feel like I just look miserable right now, but I'm genuinely not. Excuse me. I really hope this is where I'm supposed to go. Oh shit, okay. What's that? Health check! I did all the health things. I took my meds this morning. I ate dinner when I got home from work. And I have water. And I have apparently chocolate on my arm now. It looks like doo-doo. I'm reminding myself. Yeah, I put that bot reminder in the Discord. Mostly for me. Like 99.9% for me, but also like for everybody else too. Damn bitch, how much food do you need? Okay. Holy 40? Alright. Oh, I have to bring my thing back up. What do I get, like... From the essence trader... I think I've got, like, 1 or 2 essences, so hopefully... Hopefully it's just 1 essence. For, like, the first thing. How is Jack? He's okay. That's what I heard some rustling, that's why I was checking on him. Looks like he just got up and just kind of shifted his weight. Sometimes he does that, like, he just gets too warm, so he'll just, like, get out, like, shake off, like, for a second, and then just get back under the blanket. Which I always find funny, because I'm like, you're going right back in. Essence Trader, Leo. WS. Holy shit. I still don't know if it has fall damage or not. I don't want to try. Hello. Survivor nearby needs your aid in completing a structure. Help them? Okay, sure. Let's go. What do you need? What do you need? Oh, this? Hello, hi. You're welcome. Oh my gosh. A magic chest? Essence dust. Don't mind if I do. Hi. Simple items. What? A fishing rod? For those hoping to maintain permanent settlement in the realms. Oh, of course it's a hammer. Like, they are all hammers. Ugh, okay, simple climbing pick, simple sling bow, okay. Buildings crude. Crafting refinement. Simple saw tip. Which one am I supposed to be getting? The simple sewing bench, this one. 55, holy fuck. I mean, I've got it, but sheesh. No resources. Get lost. Get lost. Let's... I feel like I want the smelter, but I feel like it's gonna be one of those things where I think I'm probably gonna need the saw table before the smelter because I can't mine ore currently because my thing is too low. Gift to other players to allow them to visit your estate while you are offline. This card to travel more quickly, improving your resistance to most form of damage while reducing the damage you can deal. Fishing skill. To prolong effects of a meal, grow hungry more slowly, and heal more quickly. Those are kind of cool. Hide chandelier. Guess who got an email about their free game? Which one? This one? This one? Is it this game? Yos, are you playing? Alright, I'm gonna get the table. Deleting games. You always do this. And then we end up playing the game. Ow, I just kicked my desk. And it hurt very bad. Wilhelmina. Send an extra key. Dirge. You're gonna collect my stories? Honey, nobody's reading the newspaper right now. I just want you to know. You vape? No. It was chapstick. No, it was my chapstick. No. 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 This bitch is like... Okay. Yeah, how can you think of profit? Okay. Have you heard any rumors? Ah, yeah. Let me tell you. I cannot ply my trade for free. Oh, you're a whore. Okay. A chance to peek directly into another's thoughts is one I would relish. Have you heard you're a boomer? Yeah, have you? Did you know? Forest antiquarian realms. You may wish to be wary there. I am wary everywhere. Hello, DJ Easy Dave. What's up, Dave? How you doing? Welcome in. She wants to peek into your thoughts. Oh no. Oh, she's gonna be very disappointed if she hangs out with me while I'm hanging out with you guys, because it's just me going, oh my god. Aurelio Acevedo Ortega. Plagued by the gold sickness? The man is mad. Have you heard of anyone notable? Nellie Bly managed to escape from damnable New York and survive the Pale. You wish you had gold sickness? Okay, it's downloading. Goodbye forever. Broseph, I hope you finish, like, right now. Should you meet her, know that she and her writings are tedious, moralizing, and in all ways contemptible. Her banal aphorisms. Per second, eternalism hardly qualifies. I'm sure you'd agree. Oh, I've heard a monstrous doctor. Hidden away in the desert astrolabe, Victor Frankenstein himself stalks the lands looking for yet more corpses to desecrate in pursuit of his unholy ends. My esteemed colleague here is always looking for work. I'm sure they're about somewhere. They're a quiet sort. Capable combatant, builder, roustabout, whatever you might require. Okay. Once their work here is finished. Realmwalkers can find other survivors to help them in their search for Nightingale. Frank and Ussy? Apparently. This game already make me think about a cold, foggy morning over an abandoned glass of bottom... Oh my gosh. Abandoned glass bottom boat tour. Wasn't Nellie Bly the journalist at the beginning of the 20th century? Probably, because Victor Frankenstein's in this now. Wouldn't even be able to watch streams properly because the downloading makes them just constantly load. And I already have $300 in overages. Fucking kill me in Minecraft. Be able to recruit them to your party. Oh. Recruited survivors can help you harvest resources. What? So it's like Pal World! It's Pal World! It's Pal World! Realmwalkers may also elect to equip survivors with better equipment to better brave the dangers of the realms. Recruit, recruit! Oh no, it's all Pal... Oops, all Pal World! You may enable the use of storage containers for survivors by changing the permissions in each container. Cool. Capable wanders in the realms left mum chance by tragedy, willing to offer their arm in exchange for Realmwalker's aid. Okay. Okay, that's all for now? Why is this one still marked? Like, it's still marked like there's something to do there. Like, do I have to keep going? No, she's out of leads, it says. Okay, never mind. Yeah, see, it's still got a mark on it. Okay, whatever. That's all for now. Ta-ta for now! Hello, Leo. Do you have anything else? I have 10 essence. I can't. You have it on airplane mode? Frankenstein. Oh, I'm so sorry. In the traditional French, Frankenstein. Okay, you. Hi. You. Recruit. Cool. Go home. Go home. Go home. Okay. She doesn't function like Kelvin. Carry my shit. Carry my shit. Carry my shit. Amazing. You're doing great, sweetie. No Pokeballs. I wonder what balls it's been throwing when I say Pokecatch. All of them. But c'est la vie! Maybe it's not acknowledging you. It's, Brosif. Blink once if you are a bot. Oh my god, you blinked. Oh my god, Brosif blinked. You were just gonna say? What were you just gonna say? What are you doing, Agnes? Premiere. Agnes! What are you doing? Look, there's people! We must fight for our rights to party! Oh, I stabbed him in the butt. Him too. Hee hee. What the? What the? There's nothing to loot. First one eye, then the other, as is tradition. I don't know about any of that. Also, I'm sad nobody quoted that. I thought that was a good one, but alright. Why is my quest completed still up top? I still see it. It's dangerous to travel alone. It's still there. Can you guys see it? It's like barely there. What's this? Oh, shit. You don't want to do homework? But counterpoint, if you do your homework and you get it out of the way, then you can come hang out here with no guilt. How come this looks very accessible and it's not? Sometimes it does that when my phone is too close, but like I've been putting it over here now, so that's weird. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. I feel like something has been very, very, very slowly been going wrong with my computer, and that's why I need it to get fixed. And I don't know how to do it. Wasn't soup, I know, but I'm sorry. I know you guys come here for super high quality streams. Just enough to be alarming, I'm sorry. An accurate onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia. Roasted meat. I thought it did pretty good, thank you. You guys are just so good at being the best. Agnes, honey, we're having a tough time. We gotta get all the way around. Onomatopoeia, no. Don't pee on anyone's mom. I was wearing a cool tie-dye shirt, but I was really warm, so I had to change into a t-shirt. I stabbed him in the body. Hee hee. Come here, bitch. Where are you? Bitch. Come here. Yeah. Agnes! Agnes. Agnes! Ow, my neck hurts. My neck hurts. Piss on your mama, Neisters. No, don't. With a black bar like the top streamers. Oh. Yeah. For your neck to hurt? I got my hair done and you have to sit in those like bowl things. And it just hurts my neck. It hurts. Can I... 40? Holy shit, what this? Hello, meat. Hello, what this? I feel like you should do something. Whatever. Bitches. Ugh. It's more that like it just like feels like it needs to crack and it just won't. Like it won't actually like make the pop, you know? what that? Oh, mushrooms. Why does everything glow? Can we not? Oh, holy lag. Oh my god, that got all but 1 HP? Holy shit. 8. F. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, no, 1. Okay. Nice, that's 1. Alright, where's the other guy? Are you cutting trees right now? Bitch, I was dying! She just turned around and looked at me like, what? Like, do you know what that was? Do you know what that was? That was the time that I accidentally impaled Broseph in Sons of the Forest, and I was like, Broseph, 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 and he just goes, and just like turns around, like, and just like stares at me. Touch. Touch. Alright. This quest log, look at, do you see it? It says it right there. It's dangerous trouble. That was amazing. My impression of you, you mean? I know, it's pretty good. I don't know why I just held my breath for that, but I felt the need to. Why? Why do you want the booty so bad? Oh my god, I don't have no stamina. Not enough stamina. Yeah, I know. That's what I just said. Okay. We are almost back, maybe? How many times in 7 days where a car explosion only hurt you? Oh my god, I don't understand that. I don't understand why I got singled out in 7 days like that. Also, this is 230 mining, but like, look at it. I want to build an entire house out of that. That's my goal. Dirge, are you done yet? Did you get it? Did you throw up yet? Broseph, is it done downloading? Where are you guys? What the heck? I hear noises. Thank you. Yeah, I'll read lore later. I'll read lore later. 2.19. You'll get there, like, at some point, maybe, eventually. I mean, it is faster than before. Dirch, are you just not gonna answer me? I feel like this is an active choice that you're making. I've chosen to lead, not to read. Because if I do, I have to go spend money. But, like, what's the difference between money now and money later? Exactly. Nothing. Girl math. Money spent now is money saved later. That's literally how it works. What is going on? What are you cutting? Oh my god. I thought this bitch was just like cutting the house. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh. Oh, thank you, buddy. They cut our house down. They broke our house. All right, it's fine. I'm gonna kill this guy. Okay, Agnes is gonna kill this guy. And then I'm gonna actually make us a little shack, Agnes, okay? A shagness. Can you romance people? Because that's gonna be her name if you can. What? What? Money spent now is money saved later. It's girl math. What do you mean, what? It's very, very quite easy to understand. No. I said what I said. There was no stuttering. Ah, here it is. I need more wood. Hip ups. You think you just had an aneurysm? Do you need me to, do you need help? Do you need me to help explain it? No, your brain just did girl math? I know, and your brain is just like so just unbelievably blown away by how much sense girl math makes. You're just like, wow, like, now I understand why all the women in my life function this way, because it's so much smarter and more effective and totally accurate. Can please? Thank you. Okay, so this place. Oh my. Oh my. Alright, let's like line her up nice and neat and like this guy. Nice and straight! Okay, you always start with a shack. It's just the rules of survival craft. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. I just follow them. And we need more wood, and this bitch does nothing. Actually, that's not true. Weekly quest, miss this Pokemon. That's the wildest quest. I don't understand why the wood does this. Why in the world does this wood fall? Tried to make it be like Carmen Sandiego and it just... I thought I got stuck on the weed, but it was indeed a stick. An item breaking. Please, I beg you to please stop following me around and contribute something to this household. You're as bad as both of my husbands. I get iron. We haven't palled in like 2 weeks. I'll never beat the game. Are you gonna tell me what? I know you guys can't see, but I did. Oh, it's gone. Never mind. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe it'll happen again and I can show you. It basically was like an empty black square like notification. Oh, I hear. Yeah, that guy. I don't like him. I don't like him. Think you weren't gonna anyways? What are you talking about? I was gonna beat it. I was. As soon as they had endgame. Whatever. Sir, can you... not? Listen, I've played Elden Ring. You're gonna fuck me up. I'm not going near you. You never fought a tower? So now I'm not allowed to ever fight a tower? Is that what you're saying to me, Dirge? Is that what you're saying? I'm not allowed to fight towers? Wow. Honestly, rude. TBH. TBH. Oh, I bet you don't like your own abbreviations being used against you, do ya? Why are you complaining? I mean, you're cold, but like... Okay, whatever. Oh my god, I need one more. Dirge, whatever. I'll just make my own new file again because my file, my single player file got fucking erased. But it's fine. It's fine. I need you. Wait. Why does the wood go so far away when it falls? I don't understand. I don't understand. Ugh. Okay, I need to finish building my shack. But I need more wood for it. Okay, can I cut this? Amazing. Whoa! Hello? A boar? There's no way there's yet another survival craft game where there's boars that'll fuck your life up right now. Come on. There's no way you're doing this to me right now. Oh my god. Ugh. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm eating my fruit. I can't believe every survival craft game has like a fucking boar in it. Every single one. If it doesn't have a boar in it, it's not a real survival craft game. It's just the rules. Try attacking it. That was literally one time, okay? It was one time. And it wasn't a rock. It was a weapon made of a rock, okay? I can't believe you remember that. I can't believe you remember that. Ugh. You have to put it in the channel I just made, Franklin. Okay. What? Every shooter is required to have an unusable forklift. Yes. Why is that a... Why? Also... Why? Why was it stone? Didn't I select crude? Oh, I select crude stone. Can you get rid of stuff, or do I have to, like, break it? Generic setting stuff, yeah. Trying to think of, like, something else that's always in a game that you can't ever, like... I don't know. Like, I feel like whenever there's a video game in a video game, it's, like, the world's simplest PlayStation, like, 2 controller. Okay, no. Let's do 2 doors, so that way we can go both sides. Oh, okay. Thank you, Agnes. Okay, roof. Crude flat roof. Crude upper floor stone. Okay, crude flat roof. Oh no. This one. Hold on. No. Deconstruct. Deconstruct. Wait. Resource from inventory? Oh, I don't have wood, apparently. Again. God, I hate it. I hate that the wood, like, flies out at you when you cut it down. Holy shit, has she just been chopping trees down? Bestie, what you doing over here? Bestie, are you mining over here? Ooh, what'd you get? What did you get? Ooh, I love cookie dough. Honestly, I know it's like old school and some people consider it like bland, but oh, cookie dough slaps. Cookie dough slaps. Okay. Crude stairs. Will they glitch into the floor like this? Yes, they will. Okay. Okay. Cookie dough is S tier. Cookied dough is S tier. S tier. I think I said I needed stone. Regular stone. Perfect. Oh, those are stone blocks. What? I see. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? It doesn't have a health bar on it, though. And fuck the count me in. Oh, brosif. How could you do this to us? Our record, man. Our record is getting further and further and further away. Ow. Wait, oh wait. Can I move these? Is that a thing? E, hold for more options. Inspect, ignite. No. Inspect. No. Okay. Let's do this. Probably can burn down my house, because why not? Autofill. Oh, sure. It's nice and warm. Oh, I'm so warm. Hi. You're very close to me, ma'am. Okay, now. You are a monster. It's true. Where's your download, Brosif? Is it done yet? Wow. You're doing great, sweetie. Okay. Now. I have to break all this stuff outside. BRB fur fur? I mean, as long as it's fur fur. As long as it's fur fur. I imagine this is gonna be like Valheim and you're gonna have to... I'm trying to not compare them, but I imagine it's gonna be like... There's gonna be like a stamina boosting food, and then there's going to be like a health boosting food, etc. He's the Seth, Monster Seth, the Monster Seth. His name isn't Jeff, it's Monster Seth. What? Why do I not know what song that's supposed to be? Why don't I know what song that's supposed to be? Oh, they did the mash. Thank you, Dave. I was like, my brain's not putting together whatever it is that reference is supposed to be. But that happens sometimes when I'm just like, you lost me, chat. You lost me. But you know, it happens sometimes. Maybe don't stand there next time. Oh, jeez. Maybe let's not stand directly in the fire next time, huh, Agnes? What was that? At least you knew. Well, I knew it was a song, but I could not place the tune. Could not place the tune. Dave got it though, but Dave's a DJ and he's got an ear for this thing, okay? Why does it take so long to do the stumps? There we go. What? Why did that? Why is that a decision they made? Why do you insist on making the wood fall from the sky right in front of your face after you've cut the trees down? I don't understand it. Oh, Deerling. It is a seasoned Pokemon. That's kind of, yeah, I guess it's true. Oh my god. I need 3 more pieces of wood. Oh, right here. Look, she's already cut some down. Amazing. She's kind of useful, I guess. Look at. But she leaves the stumps everywhere, which drives me crazy. She drives me crazy. I just can't sleep. I'm so excited. I'm in too deep. Good old Brittany. Back in the day. Okay, done. Amazing. Let's cook some food, because apparently I'm starving to death! Manage fuel. Autofill. Okay, close. Autofill. Step in the fill. Autofill. Alright, so look, collect. And then collect. And then collect. Okay, so how come the other ones disappeared? I don't get it. I don't get it. Simple rock marble. 'Twas a rock lobster. Agnes, move. A libertine's dress. Oh, wait. How long have I been live? How do I have this already? Isn't that the, like, the third tier drop? No, Libertine's dress says it's 33%. Oh, it's locked. Is it locked because I don't have the material and I haven't discovered it yet? Or... like, why would it be in my inventory? I have the umbrella already. Also, why does it only say 50% of 4 hours when I've been live for 3:17? Whatever. Whatever. Okay, it's fine. So, I can't make that yet. Whatever. What are these for? Open the fables, Phalem gems. Must craft a few marbles I can. I imagine these are ammo for this. That's my guess. Okay, so this is where I got confused. Autofill. Craft. See, where does it go? Where did it go? Oh, see, now that one was... okay, but the other one was not. The last time this happened, it was nowhere. Like, there was no collect item button. Okay. So these are... animal fiber here. So now, does the animal fiber come over here and make... no. Over here? No. Okay. Is it just in my inventory? Crafting. Let's see. Animal fiber. Straps are made at what? Simple tanning station. What? But it's not. I'm literally starving while I'm trying to figure this out. Alright, we build a bed and stuff, I guess. Oh, shit. Yeah, I know, I'm working on it, okay? Long rest. There you go. Okay. Wait, why was... oh, that was... is she on fire again? Every time I turn around. Okay, so... yeah, I think I'm missing some sort of ingredient. Cause like, what else? Wall sconce. A simple saw table. Grants the following recipes: lumber, paper, wool, lumber. Okay, it unlocks that. Sewing bench. See, look, see, they say that. Alright, notes. Track. No. See, why are they blocked? Animal fiber, felt, leather, straps. Where? Wait, it just moved it, but where? Straps. Right. Simple tanning station. Needs a hide? Is that not what these are? I can't take all items. It literally won't let me. That's funny. Okay. Am I full? Is that what's going on? Wait, what the fuck just happened? How did I just get teleported to the other side? Did my stream just lag or anything? Okay, so I go in here. Okay. So what do I do from here? Guess I can just go kill some stuff. No, there's gotta be. First cat in space was a French cat named Félicette. She survived. Oh, we've gotten that one before. We've gotten that one before. Yeah, that's right. Alright, resting storage. Survival. What the hell? See, it says right here, it unlocks straps. Leather. Just 2 hides. And a simple tanning station. Is it not a simple? Is it like a primitive or some shit? It is a simple. Yes, it's she survived the trip. Okay, now. I'm skeptical. Fair. $1963. You don't believe it? She parachutes back to Earth? I mean, I'm like, isn't that what like the life pods do? Like, don't they parachute and then get pulled back into like the orbit? Realmic transmuter. Huh. That's really close to me. Well, it should be really close to me. Yeah, it's this way. I'm honestly a little, confuddled here about... Maybe I have to get... I was gonna say, maybe I have to get the thing from the trader, but I still don't have, like, that doesn't change the fact that I don't have ore because I can't mine anything. See, like, I can't mine any of this. Look at all this. Wait, I'm right here. How come it's not giving me a beacon like the other one did? Ah. Hello. Oh, I don't have any cards. Dang. That would have been cool. Alright, so I have to go piss girl. And then I gotta figure out what to do because I can't do it. I'm going. I'm just gonna get back home. Hold on. It says my gear score is 6 out of... I'm gonna go back over there after I get back from peeing. I'm gonna go back over there and see if I was supposed to... Because it says 6 out of 20, so I assumed I wasn't supposed to go in yet, but I'm gonna go back and see if maybe I do. But, alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. A network error! While I was outside. Hopefully it's still good. Yeah, Jack took longer than me, and usually he's freezing cold and runs right back inside. Waiting for server. I actually, while this loads, I want to look at one thing, and I will be literally right back. So hold on 2 seconds. Okay. George, I see you. I understand why you won't play with me now. I see your secrets. You can't hide from me. You cannot hide from me. Wait. Wait. Wait, why am I so far back here? Okay. Weird. Okay, anyway. Okay, so let's use our brains here for a second. So I need to level up. I'm gonna guess I have to go that way. Like, alright, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna see if maybe that's what we're supposed to do, is go to this place and touch it. Touch it! Oh, I also wanted to make the pack. Which I think is on one of the benches. Great, okay. No pack yet, I guess. Which I assume increases our carry weight, or carry capacity, or something to do with our carrying. Alright. Let's go. I like the music, but it could have a little more music. Oh my god, it barely increases my food. Alright, it's fine. What is cube? It's like potion or something. Potion or something. Oh my god, how is it already 11? Oh. Man, I've just like been enjoying myself so much. Wait. That doesn't make sense. 11 o'clock, 3.5 hours. I guess that does make sense. I guess it does, because I technically restarted stream. Yeah, whatever. What's this? I feel like some of these things, like, you should be able to get into them. Break into them, at least. Like, oh, it's just weird. Break into them, break them down, like something, you know? Like, that was one of the best things about Enshrouded. Was like, everything could be broken down. What was that feedback noise? That's the second time you guys have said that. I don't know. Like, it usually only happens when my phone is nearby, but my phone is over here. It's not over here. I don't know. I'm sorry. That's the second time that's happened tonight, apparently. Let me unplug my mic and plug it back in. Who knows? Oh, no. There it is. Okay. I apologize. If it happens again, I guess we'll have to investigate further. Fuck off. More. Sounds like a robot making a fart noise. Is it still happening? A robust, if you will. Oh my god. I'll give it to you. Is it still doing it? No? Okay. I don't know. You know why? You know why? Because I can't have a single stream without a technology issue, and since my internet seemed to maybe possibly resolve itself, then it clearly looks like it needed to move on to something else, which is now an audio issue, so that's great. These boar are like crazy. I hear them. I don't know where they are, but I hear them. I hear them. I feel like this thing does not sail very well. Glide very well. Whatever you want to call it. Alright, I'm gonna go into the obelisk that I'm totally not equipped for yet. My gear score is 3 out of 20. It went down. Wait, why can't that go on my back? Does it go on this? Oh, it does. Okay, but it's better gear than this. 6. Okay, whatever. If it ain't broke, it ain't Twitch. Ain't that the truth? I hear bees. I hear bees. We all know I'm traumatized by bees from all the games that have had bees in them. Agnes, my girl, what you doing? Agnes, sweetie. You're doing too much. Especially because she doesn't even pick up any of the stuff she, like, chops down. You know? She just leaves it there. Oh my lord. Remember the courage, strength, the heart will pass the bounds. When intentions are true, not but surety will meet me on the other side. My gear score is way too low. Should I try it and die? Let's see what happens. Do I have a pure heart? I do have a pure heart, but I'm not strong enough. Okay, so as I thought, that was not the answer. Okay, so maybe let's use the tailoring bench and make a bunch of new clothes. Oh my god, new clothes. Okay, so we can fast travel back home, right? Yeah, there we go. Rename. No. I'd rather not. Okay. Simple boots. Leather. Now I'm in another conundrum because guess what? Wait, do I need to get... No, you can't get leather. Wait, what the fuck? Why did it just discover this just now? I'm very confused. I am very confused. And also, I already forgot what I needed straps for. Oh, for this. Yeah. Simple tanning station. I want to get the little upgrades for them. That seems kind of cool. I want to get a different light. This one's starting to really bother me, I feel like. Only lately, though. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh my gosh, this is like a special skill with a knife? A little dodgy dodge? That's kind of cool. Collect. Okay. I can make boots. I can make gloves. What's the head wrap do? Sure. Okay. So, this is apparently what we've got to do. Oh, look, I already put it on. Where's my person? She's gone. I'm gone, look. Oh, there I am. Wait, no. Spin around. I can't see. There we go. Oh my gosh, look at my head wrap. No. No. You covered my beautiful hair. Excuse me. Alright. So, I can do gloves now? Or I can do boot. Let's do boots. Yeah, see, that was my phone. That time. I actually felt the vibration. Oh, wow, really? No back item. I bet you that's the backpack. I will bet. Okay. What do I need for simple shirt? 2 leather. Oh, I don't know if I can even make more. Oh, I can. I can make 1 more. Alright, I gotta go kill some animals. Alright, we're back on track. I have no fucking clue how that happened. I have no idea how we managed to discover those extra 3 things afterwards. No clue. Alright, let's drop everything off and go. We just need to kill some animals and get some flesh. Whoa, 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 wait a second, though. Wait, can I make animal... Hold on. Animal fiber. Which then... No, it needs to be hides. Okay. I was gonna say, it'd be cool if you could make animal fiber into leather. Or if you could make animal fiber into hide. But I guess so. Okay. Okay. Need some animals to kill. I hear someone. Come here so I can kill you. Oh, there's so many of you. Good job. Good job, me. Oh my god, there's so many. Why is there so many? Why do you travel in herds? They do travel in herds. Oh my gosh. Die already! Agnes, you got this? Good job. Alright. Wait, where'd it go? Oh. I was like, where'd the pig go? The piggy! Okay, pick up all my stuff. Amazing, amazing, good job. Here's another. I think I just stabbed Agnes. Herds of turds. Yeah, they do travel in turds. Okay. I probably should be cooking the meat as well for food. Agnes, why do you cut trees, like, consistently? That's all this woman does is cut trees. And doesn't pick up any of the things. Okay. Hello, animals, I need to kill you. Hello, hi, I need to kill you. Oh, mushroom. This is very Alice in Wonderland over here, I feel like. You know? Oh, look it! There's a deer laying on the roof of my thing. No, 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 no! Come back! Ah! You bitches. I'm gonna get him. Oh no, not the baby. I am not a horrible person. Do need to find more animals to butcher, though. Agnes is a lumberjack, and she's okay. She sleeps all night, and she works all day. Yeah, but she's annoying! She doesn't pick up any of the lumber that she cuts. She just leaves it there. If Agnes can't do it, no one can. I like ooh, that's kind of cool. Bastille of Intellect. When I first got her, I thought like it'd be cool, like you could assign them like Pal World, you know. A quarry card. Play this card to increase stone yield. Ooh. Thank you. Oh. Should I touch it? Puzzle core. Puzzle core. Puzzle. Puzzle. Activate mechanisms. What is puzzle? Oh no. That's not a puzzle, this is an ambush. Is the puzzle death? Come on. Ooh. Those guys are freaky. Is that it? Is the puzzle done? No. Push button? What do I do? I wonder if it has to be in a certain order. Alright. So, like, this... This one, that one... Okay, hold on. Okay. I swear I saw them flash. Yeah, back? Okay, so I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try this order. See if it goes this way. This way. This way. Nice. Release Echo! Hide standing lamp. Nice. Ooh, what's this? Hello? A favor of power. Favors. Ooh. That was kind of cool. What's that do, though? Guidebook. Journal? Codex? Oh, how to play. Wait, didn't I just get one here? So how do I know what my favor is? Bastille of Intellect. Copy their... Yeah, okay. Copy their sequence to unlock rewards. Okay, did it not just say... Realm cards. No. Bastille of Intellect. Hope echoes like within a phase structure. Fate pillars. Okay. Memorize and repeat this. Okay, I got that. Like, I know I got that. But, like, how do I know what my reward was, is what I'm trying to say. Like, favor gained. Right, so, like, favors. On completion of an encounter in a realm, you may be awarded a favor. You may select one of 3 favors to earn. Upon selection, an awarded favor will provide you with a bonus or benefit for a limited duration. Watch out for hope echoes that spawn in an encounter echo to gain these benefits. Right, and I got the essence of intellect. So what is, like, what does that give me? I don't know, but I need to eat, like, ASAP. I'm dying. How do I have 5 HP? Oh, because I was starving. Okay. This bitch doesn't pick up any of her stuff. See, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so. My gear score is down again. Why? Because I'm wet? She skips and jumps to pick fireflies, she swim plumins, and hangs around in bars. God, why am I having a hard time tonight with the music references? I'm usually pretty okay at them, and tonight I'm just not getting them. Okay. This is the rain. Not my phone. So, I don't know if that's what you heard. Want a dog to see things in a green background, the best color is blue. Why? Why? Okay, I was just curious because I heard that for a second. I was like, oh, it's back, but I hadn't heard it the first time. So that was the first time I was hearing anything that like even resembled it. You bitch. They're... I don't know why boars are so brutal in every game. I'm not even bothering any of... Look at, there's another one behind her! Holy shit! Where are you guys coming from? I can't even finish looting either. That's the funniest part. Alright, so I've gotten some resources. They're a nuisance. They fuck a lot, really? That's funny. I mean, it's not funny, but it's also funny because, like, you never hear about, like, the boar population fucking. You just hear about, like, you know, rabbits and shit. Alright, 8 out of 20 for my score here. 8 out of 20. Okay. So we gotta make a bunch of leather. Oh, I really need to crack my neck. Maybe it's not even my neck. Maybe it's like my, like, upper shoulders. Right, leather. Autofill. Max. There we go. Okay. Let that go. For the last little bit of stream, I think I'm gonna turn my camera off because this light is bothering me and I feel that I'm getting like super like concentrate-y face. So this will kind of make me talk a little bit more, maybe, possibly. They have no animal rights because there's so many of the fucking things. I guess I guess I didn't realize there was a distinction, like, oh, if there's so many, they're not protected from, I mean, I guess it makes sense though, because like, how are you gonna protect them when all they're doing is fucking? Stantler! Nice. Very nice. So, the little plus signs, I'm assuming, are the upgrades that you can get. They did kill Robert Baratheon. That is true. I mean, he was also poisoned. I mean, not poisoned, but like, you know, Cersei had her hand in it. Cersei done did it. Ooh! I shit my keyboard. Are you done yet? Holy shit. Sepsis infection. Well, yeah, but like Cersei got him drunk so that he would get hurt or fall or all of the above. But yeah, it was the infection that killed him. I really want to rewatch Game of Thrones. But the first, like, I don't know, 2 seasons are such a slog. In my opinion, personally. Don't come at me. IMO, personally. Don't come at me. Autofill. Craft. Gloves. Autofill. Craft. Fully dressed. Wait, see? I don't understand. Look, it built my shit, but where is it? Plus simple gloves. Plus simple pack. Okay, the pack went on. Are these them? No. Are these them? There's no way. There's no way that these gloves are better than these gloves. You're kidding me. Why are you taking away my dapperness right now? I'm feeling very attacked and offended, and I don't understand. I turned it off. The thought of where I knew it was... See, I feel like I'm alone in this, but I don't hate the end. Like, there are parts... Like, do not get me wrong, there are parts of each, like, character's endings, I guess, that I would say I wasn't happy with, but all in all, like, the books aren't fucking finished. The books are never gonna get fucking finished, like, let's be real. So, you know, like, we got an ending to the story, whatever. Will not ever again? Aw, I love Game of Thrones. I really do. It does make me sad that, like, it fell off the, you know, fell off so badly. But also, like, you know, George R.R. Martin decided that he was gonna, like, write Elden Ring and all these other projects and all these other movies and stuff instead of writing his fucking book. Or books, plural. So now, we have no answers, so the TV people had to make it up. And then of course they're like, we have to do drama, so we have to make it all dramatic and stupid. But yeah, there were some things that I was like, eh. I would have preferred if, like, that didn't happen or this didn't happen, but for the most part, it was fine. For me, personally. Me personally. Ooh, what are you? Oh, you wait. You're wolves. Why? Why wolves? Why wolves? Why wolves? Why wolves? Why? God, why do I never have fucking stamina? Alright, hold on. I'm gonna do 6. And then I'm gonna do 7. Did that give me extra stamina? I don't know. I super didn't get that far. Yeah. I was invested. Like, there's some, like... Not that I'm not trying to sell Game of Thrones to you. Like, if you weren't into it, you weren't into it. But there are some episodes of Game of Thrones, like, that are, like, one-offs that, like, you know, this is this one character's story that we haven't seen in a couple weeks or whatever. And they're some of the best episodes of television that I've ever seen. And I might be a little biased, but like 5 of them are Jon Snow scenes. Alright, how much did that give me? See, I just don't, like, I'm not getting enough pelts per animal, I feel like. Also, I had charms. How do you put charms on? Character equipment rating. Weighted average of your main handheld item and clothing items. So it's 11. So these 2 need to be replaced. Okay. So I just need to make, like, 4 more leather. Which means I need, like, 8 more animal skins, animal pelts. Ugh, the beginning grind in survival craft games is like, oh, so exhausting. Oh, and I can't even get these deer because they're too fast. Oh no, baby, I'm not gonna kill the baby. still not gonna kill the baby. I really want to kill those deer, though, but they're too fast. They're too fast. So I need the ranged weapons. Alright, let's go back, I guess. The wet debuff? Come on. It's like, it's way too fast. Oh, man. Ooh, I got one of them real good. Maybe if I just keep doing that, I can eventually whittle away at the deer. Alright, let's put stuff away. Okay, let's start these. Leather. Autofill. Only one. Great. Straps. Hide? No, see, I can't do that. See, I need straps for this. I need 2 straps for this. Alright, fuck it. We'll make them. Craft straps. Autofill. Oh, no, I can only make 1. Wait, does it stop making them? Craft? Leather. Autofill. Oh, it does. I think it does stop them if you do something else. Turkey. Craft item. Oh. No completed crafts. It'd be cool if it was like Pal World and you can just like hold down a button to make it craft faster. Go, 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 go! I need to eat again. Jeez. This game just consumes so much food. Alright, ignite. Craft. Meat. Manage. Autofill. Autofill. Really? I can only make 1? No, I can make 10. Let's go. Make that ish. Is that every time one's done? No, because this is there. See? Okay, no. I'm confused. Craft. Straps. Autofill. Craft. Just reading everything out loud. I'm sorry, guys. It's probably annoying. Oh. I'm like, where's my shit? Alright. 9. Food. So, what do the different foods do? Let me see. Maximum health, max stamina, regeneration. Okay. So, you gotta balance... Okay, or... I can't read anything, I guess. Effect duration, 720. Okay, so you're... It's gonna... Yeah, so we're just gonna have to figure out which ones... Like, which ones are best for stamina, which ones are best for... health, etc. And then, like, I'm sure there's gonna be mana like there is with the other ones. Like, okay. Autofill. Craft. I've got my little sling bow now. Okay. Rock marbles. Autofill. Craft. A rock marble. Because I'm just gonna guess that's the ammo for it. Like, that's my guess. Simple rock marble ammo. Yeah, see? Alright, so maybe now... Ew, is this a mask? Is this a face mask on here? I think it is. That's funny. Alright, I need to shoot something. Where's a deer? Can you stay at home, please? I'm begging ya. Alright, I'm at 18. It was rock marbles! But it wasn't a rock. It was a rock marble. So good. See, that one I got. I got that one. I got that one. I got that one. Are you too good for your home? Honestly, this bitch just follows me around like a little puppy. At least with Sons of the Forest, like, I could be like, Kelvin, stay here, and he'd be like, ooh, 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 and give you, like, a thumbs up. Alright, I need to fuck some shit up with some marbles. And there's nothing here to be fucked-did. Hello, would somebody like to be fucked-did by the marbles? It won't hurt. Probably. Oh my god, look at, there's more shit that she just cuts down. Everywhere she goes. Oh my gosh, can I shoot at this? Oh, no. Look at this fly. How come there was 759 deer over by my house before and now there's none? Ooh. Is this a pirate ship? Also, have I? No, I've been there. Is this a pirate ship? Arg. Mateys. Tis a pirate ship. Oh, a Ninetails. Guys, there's a Ninetails in chat. Lurky lurkers, there's a Ninetails in chat. Speak now or forever hold your peas and carrots. Can I touch this one? Nope. Okay. All right. Wait, these? Oh, how come these didn't say? Oh my gosh. The other ones didn't say that. Or maybe they did, but I wasn't at the right angle. Interesting. Okay, well I can't get into the pirate ship yet either. Alright, back to finding something to kill. I'm really close though, I'm at 18, so I just have to like find a few more things so I can make a few more pieces of leather. And then I'll be good. Nice catch, everyone! We did that. We did that yet. Oh, I hear something. Oh no, where did you go? Oh man, there's no way. There's no way I can snipe with this thing. Watch me end up being like pretty decent at it. Alright, can I? Wait, how did you see me? There's no way. There's no way. Okay, that climb was unnecessary. Ooh, weather. Okay. Is it you? Are you scaring everybody? There's no way. How is it? Why does it say empty is the second you shoot it? Like, yeah, no shit, it's empty. I just shot it. There's a little bit of arc on it I have to figure out. With every new weapon you get in a game, obviously. I feel like I'm mumbling a little bit, I'm sorry. Mumbly bumbly. How am I gonna get... how am I gonna get ore? This is... okay, 10. But what is mine? Like, how does it say? 6. Okay. A bit of an arc star, a little bit of an arc star, yeah. Ooh, look at all, oh my gosh. That's all mineable down there. That's crazy. A little bit of the cheek, a little bit on the cheek. What's that? Oh. Woof. Seriously? What is the fucking range on this shit? Nice. Okay. It, these little marbles kind of slap. Okay. Okay. I see you, little marble bow. I see you. Where are these buddies? Where are these dead buddies? Oh my gosh, I went so far away from where I was. I don't even know where they are. Aww. R.I.P. those, wolves. Like, where's those boxes that I was at? Here's something. Is this just her doing her stupid... Yeah, it's just her cutting down trees. Where are the wolves? Oh, here's one. Okay. Hi. Okay. And then... Oh, here's the other one right here. What is this? See, you can't... It said collect. Collect what? Oh. I wonder if later you can mine this. Oh, maybe not. Would have been cool, though. Let's go here. This looks totally promising. And not at all scary. Falling impact. Like it's falling impact, not fall damage. Oh. Oh, wait. Let's see. Oh no. How do see how? How do they know? How do you know? How did you know where I was? Oh look, another gate I can't go through. Oh my god. How do they know? I bet it's her. I just want to blame her. Bastille of Might. Let me in. Owie. Owie. Let me in! Watch that if worked. Oh my god, that would've been so funny. It's like, you are mighty. Oh. Oh, what? Collect. 40, holy shit. Can we swim? Oh, I fell. Okay, let's try to make some more leather. More leather. Alright, craft. Leather. Autofill. Ooh, I can make 2. Ooh, that's close. So I need to also figure out how to make the attachments for the crafting benches as well. Yeah, see, the augmentation slots, valid augmentations. Well lit, woodworking, minor, military. Victorian dandy. How do you get these though? Like, I have so many questions. Explain it to me now, game. Alright, let's get pants. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we almost there yet? Oh, we have to change my pants first. Hold on. Alright, I got the pants. Alright, change my pants. Oh my god, I need one more. Alright, I need to go. I literally think I need one more leather. No, see, why don't these fucking stack? You know what I mean? Like, this is stupid. I have 2 leather. But, like, it doesn't count. And that's frustrating. Because they're not the same type of leather, but like, I get it, but then like, why do they break down into leather? Why? Please explain. Alright, and then 6. And then we'll have some of 7. Alright, that's fine. And then we need to cook. Oh, I collect, okay. Healing salve? Oh, okay. Got that. Alright, well lit. Well lit is a thing, so... Twine. Add some new recipes to the following stations. Yeah, but what? Okay, valid augmentations. Okay, so the simple saw table. Animal fiber. That's in the other... That's in the chest. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Roasted meat. Autofill. Raft. Alright, I need to like bring all this stuff inside. Okay. Oh wait. This. Cause that might break down. Hold on. Okay. Actually, take all. What's in here? What's in here? Take all. Okay. Now, can I sort? It's ABC, XYZ, increasing weight, decreasing weight. Grouped. I don't know what grouped means, but sure. Alright, that can go. Sure. See, okay, I have charms. Charms are small that wears health. So how do you wear the charms? Rifle, I don't have that yet. This can go, this can go. Why do I have 5 torches? Is that how much you need? Bound Igor. Interesting. Alright, those can go, those can go. Fabled Bone. That sounds very interesting game. Okay. Let's try. Craft. Leather. Autofill. 1. Oh my god. Whatever. It's gonna be 1 or 1 because I've got 1 and 1, which you can't fucking combine for whatever reason. Which is stupid. But I know nobody asked me. Alright, so what's the last one we need? The shirt, I think is the last one we need. Ew, it's like long. Oh my god, I don't have any plant fiber? Oh yeah, because I put it all away. I'm gonna just grab some really quick. Hee hee. Oh yeah, of course you're here now, bitches. I'm gonna miss every single one. Okay, I got some fiber now. Oh, I got the towel in chat. That's kind of a cutie. That's kind of a cutie. Alright, my shirt. Wait, what am I missing? I have leather. Oh my god, I literally have... Look at how many leathers I have. I have 1, 2, 3 leathers. And they won't combine. Tier 1 predator pelt. Tier 1 prey pelt. Tier 1 predator skin. That's actually outrageous. Oh my god, this... Okay. That's gotta be... Like, that's gotta be an oversight, right? Like, there's literally no way that they expect that. That the leathers are gonna be broken. Not like that's what I'm saying. Like, they're all categorized as leather, though. Which, like, if you think about it, is kind of bullshit. Because, like, how come you can't use all the leathers together, then, if they're all categorized as leather? That's why I'm thinking that might be an oversight. Like, you've got to be able to mix and match leathers. Because now I'm sitting here and, like, the whole rest of stream... I'm gonna have to be hunting just to get my equipment level up, my gear score up. Definitely dumb. I mean, if that's intentional, I feel like that's very brutal early game. Like, if that is genuinely their intention, then I feel like that's very unfair early game. Ooh, I went too high there, too high. Oh my god, the lag. Love to see it, especially when I'm fighting. Oh, perfect. Alright, give me some hides. You bitch. Do you not see me? I already murdered your friend. I already killed your friend. Alright, I got 1 hide. Alright, I got a 2nd hide. Okay, cool. Or pelt, excuse me. Well, yeah, technically it's hide. I guess it's both. Alright, so there's a couple pieces there, so... I feel like maybe 1 more? So that way I have 4 pieces of hide, so I can make 2 guaranteed matching pieces of leather. You know? Oh, wait. No, okay, I have... Okay, cool. Cool. I do love that you can go to your house at any time. And they don't, like, time you or punish you or whatever. That's amazing. Autofill. 2. Okay, yes. Amazing. Doing it! Agnes, pretend they're trees! That's the only way to get her to do anything. I hope there's a tree boss in here. Like there's like a world boss and it's like a super big tree or some shit. And I can just like sick Agnes on him. I'm just like, go, bitch! Go! And she's like, okay. All right. I have an ugly dress now. Let's go put it on. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. Oh my gosh, look at me. Look at me. Do you see me, chat? Do you see how beautiful I am? All right. Antiquarian major card. But wait, how do I do that? What? Do I have to go all the way back here? Hold on. Guidebook. Journal. Okay. The Antiquarian Major card is unlocked through completion of the Antiquarian Site of Power. With my well-being managed. Okay. So I do. I have to go all the way back. Don't I? All the way back over here, right? Right? Antiquarian Site of Power? Also, it says that it's tracking. Untrack. Track. So it just tracks your quest, like literally, like your quest log. It doesn't actually... What are you doing? Agnes. Okay, that's fine. So you'll just have to look in the book for your questies. Questies doing your besties. I hope you guys are ready for me to be a full-time Nightingale streamer. Because I've been waiting for this for so long, and I can't wait to, like, be able to go to all these different realms. Like, I can't wait for, like, the game to actually pick up, because it's very slow right now, as every survival craft usually is, while you're learning and kind of gathering and getting resources and all that stuff. I feel like they exaggerate just a teeny bit with the climbing. And I feel like the third person, like, shouldn't be in the menu. It should just be, like, a button. Like, it should just be, like, hit V, like every other game is. You know? Did Agnes just appear? Holy shit. I think she did. I think she just magically appeared. Oh, did I get this? Oh, apparently not. Wait, really? Oh shit. Oh shit, is the whole thing gonna fall? Oh no, this bitch is cutting down trees. Oh my god. She's cutting down trees. In the middle of my good Christian Minecraft server. I got scared. I know you guys couldn't see my face, but I got scared for just a second. I was like, holy shit. Puzzle core. Puzzle core? But it's already done. Like, this room's already done. What? Yeah, like, you can't go up anywhere. Weird. Oh my god, she's cutting down trees. She's literally over there cutting down trees. I really want to know what these are. And like what we can do with them. Like I wonder if you can research them or like restore them or something. That'd be really cool. That'd be really cool. I think you guys can, yeah, you can still see me even if I have the light off. I feel like quite a lot of people have left since I turned my camera off. I see what you think about me. It's also midnight, so that's fair too. Gotta get them droppies. I at least want to make sure that I've gotten the 4-hour one. Because I've been live for 4.5 hours, but it didn't say that, like, it counted before, so I'm really concerned. Dropperoonies. Yeah, see, look, it literally says 51% of 4 hours. Like, there's no way. It's gotta be because I didn't have my own stream. No, it's gotta be. Do you think it's because I didn't have my own stream up? Whatever. Well, now we'll see. Now we'll see. Oh, this way. That's a bummer. Like, it literally says that I've only, like, that I'm halfway through 4 hours, and I've streamed for over 4 hours. So, that kind of sucks. Alright. Will this thing let me in now? It should, right? Okay. It should let me. I am so strong now. Unlock antiquarian card. I'm stuck. Okay, there we go. Let me in! Whee! Okay. Oh, okay. I probably should be reading those things, but you know. Why? I don't like that. I wonder if those are the spiders and they made them ants. That's funny. I bet you. I bet you. That's probably just as bad if I'm being completely honest. Oh, fuck me. Holy shit. Glad I turned my camera back on for that. Why did it turn this off? That's weird. pick up essence dust. Love some good old essence dust. Alright, I'll do it then. Excuse me. Okay, so I can go down. That's good. I'll have to jump. I was like, there's no way I have to jump down this hole because that will kill me. Yeah, I guarantee you that this is, Ooh, my backpack is getting full. I guarantee you that these are where the spiders are. Where'd my cards just go? Where did my cards just go? Do they get, like, added to my, like, to a different storage, or what? Alright, I hear the dudes this time, so hopefully they won't scare me. Okay, further down into the pit. This looks like a good place for a treasure chest to be, and it's not. Love watching my bunny run around all happy after I give her a treat. Or a mini cucumber. Run laps. That's so cute. That's so cute. We had rabbits when I was younger. Ooh! Woo! I went to just look, and I didn't realize how close I had gotten. Oh, okay. Or not, I guess. That's fine too. Oh, don't have stamina. Oh, there's a big boy over there. Okay. Okay. Just die already, thank you. Alright, this. Oh shit, there we go. Go faster. Thank you, Agnes. Thank you, Agnes. Oh, is she getting her ass kicked? Is she getting her Agnes kicked? I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. That was terrible. Oh, that missed? What the fuck did that miss? You are hitting yourself. I just wanted you to know. You're doing great, sweetie. You're doing wonderful, sweetheart. Oh my gosh, that was kind of funny. Alright, so let's see which way we should be going. Gunpowder. I feel like we should still be going all the way down. That's probably supposed to be spiders. I'm kind of glad I turned that filter on, if I'm being completely honest. Alright, definitely this way. Alright. Alright. Ooh. This is one of my least favorite noises, like, in all, like, noises that could be noises. I hate, like, the ghost whispering, like, the ghost voices. I hate that noise so much. Oh, look, this is actually where I'm supposed to go. I think. Oh my god, it's so dark. Hello? Oh no, I shouldn't have said hello. I shouldn't have said hello. No. Nice. Ah! There's another big guy. Oh, I hit Agnes. Oopsies. I don't think she takes. Hopefully she doesn't take damage from me. I can't see shit. Agnes, honey. You're doing so much. Thank you. I killed him. I shot him in the head. Thank you. You did so great, sweetie. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Dogs do have better low light vision than humans because special light reflecting layer behind their retinas. Is that why, like, their eyes, like... You know how, like, our eyes get, like, red with, like, flash? Dogs' eyes get, like, green with flash. How did that miss? How are these missing? I'm not even that far from him. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, get out, 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 and take this. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Him. Get him, get him. I do like the ting when you get the, like, the headshot on him. Good job, Agnes. Okay. Ah, that's like, yeah, there's another guy in here still. Okay. Was that him, or is the bomb throwing guy still over here? Oh my gosh, my nose is just so bad. No, he did. Okay, cool. Okay, so where is said artifact or whatever antiquarian card? There's no way it's just like in this chest. Combatant's workshop card. Yeah, see, they don't go to my inventory. They go somewhere else. Alright, so unlock antiquarian card. Am I missing something? Guidebook. Okay. Puck has told me nearby set of power contains all I need to craft a new, more powerful realm card. Need to nurture my hope. Antiquarian Major card is unlocked through completion of the Antiquarian Site of Power. With my well-being managed for the moment, it's time to begin down the long road. Okay. Puck has told me of nearby set of power. Okay. So it says to craft it. Makeshift, cooking, clothing. Building. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop whispering at me. How to play. I don't... Alright, I'll keep looking, I guess. Like, it looks like I should be able to go in here, but... There's nothing in here. So... And then I can go... Oh, there's a down. There's a sneaky little down over here. There we go. Okay. Now I know I have to be, like, ridiculously close. Ooh, or just really high up. Okay. Woo! Now! Oh my. You are insane. Dude, what are you on your, why? What do you have on you? Holy shit. You've got like a fucking chainsaw hand, shit. You are terrifying. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, I gotta do this. And I gotta do this. And I'm gonna get hit before I finish. Okay. Oh, I lagged. Oh shit. Okay. That sucks. Oh, I missed. Oh my god, I can't believe how much I'm missing right now. Okay. Good job, Agnes. Thanks for joining the party. He's a level 15? Okay, cool. Well, now he just, like, stood in one spot, so that's amazing. Thank you. I wish she would have done that the whole time. Alright, let's find this little sneaky little downstairs thing again. I think it was over here. Okay, I was wrong. It's here. Okay. Alright. Any bitches? Any bitches? No bitches. Restore hope. Should I keep going into this pit of absolutely probably not safe? Cool, 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 cool. Agnes, how do you teleport? Tell me how to teleport. Alright. What is this? Activate mechanism. Button. Oh, fuck! Oh. Okay, shit. Okay, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, this is fine. Agnes, you got this. Agnes, you're doing great. I'm trying to figure out where I can... Do I have to stab, like, am I supposed to shoot him in the head, maybe? No. I feel like you're supposed to hit him right in the little glowy ball that he's holding. Oh, okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Just stay. You're doing great, sweetie. You're doing great. Agnes, keep up the good work. Where did I just hit him that was the 80 something? Maybe a little bit higher? Maybe a little bit higher than his head? No? Maybe a little bit lower? Maybe like her? Okay, maybe not. Maybe a little closer? Nope, okay. Maybe we shoot the glowy thing? Nope, okay. Maybe we shoot the little thing there? Nope, okay. He's almost dead. Agnes, you're doing great. I would really like to find out where his crit spot is so I could do more damage. This is broken and I'm literally not even upset about it. Alright, what did he have? The absolute panic of thinking that there was gonna be another boss. Oh, hello, Puck. Hello, Puck.
Oh, well done, Realm Walker. Well done.
Thank you.
Your deed befits the title, and the wider realms are within your reach.
Yes.
But you feel I've foxed you.
Oh,
Betraying
excuse
no
me?
foresight of the dangers held within these walls. Listen, for I come with broom before. Though I did smirk, watching from the shadows, I was heartened to espy that my gifts are not
A
wasted on me.
seal of a most fruitful
Assurance is in
requital.
hand. Press onward. Mark inky images upon paper, and so direct the flow of the interrealmic void.
A forest
Might I suggest,
okay.
there are others like you, lost refugees, strangers to these fate.
Okay.
Then, with newly fashioned cards.
Complete the antiquarian site
Awaken
of
yonder
power.
portal
Nice.
and tread on.
Okay, cool. So we did our first site, I guess? Our first site of grace. Unlock simple salt table smelter mortar station. Craft both a forest card and antiquarian card and traverse a Fey portal. But I don't want to traverse a Fey portal if I want to stay here, right? Like, right? Like, if I don't want to. What am I supposed to do? Alright. I think this is a good place to call it for the first night. I'm not gonna lie, I'll probably play a little bit more later. Probably for another, like, hour or so. And just kind of grind and whatever. But I think this is a good place story-wise to end. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm not sure how many people are still here. So, let's see if we've got a raid we can toss to a friend. Oh, we just raided Victoria, even though she is playing this. Do you guys want to raid Trem? Trem's on. We can raid Trem. Oh. No fucking way! No fucking way. Did you literally just raid as I said, Trem's on, we can raid Trem? Just did. Okay, I'll stay on a little later. Ah, fuck you, Trem. No, I'm kidding. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you for being here. I was honestly just about to raid Trem because I finished the quest I was working on, and I figured it was a nice place to end. But that's fine. We will keep playing. But welcome in, raiders. Thank you for being here. If you don't know me, hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer, and I play whatever I want. And right now, it's Nightingale, and it's going to be Nightingale for probably a long time. You guys know the deal. I have a really quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid to see if you're brave enough to hang out here. I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? They can't know we're like this until they're here. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. This is what heroes look like. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Why did you hold it like that? Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I can see it.
Look at that donk. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? What have I done? Are you pooping? I can't stream in these conditions. I have poopies for you. That won't and can't go wrong. Don't give me that baby. Oh my gosh, my monitor. He's still rolling.
Yeet.
No. That was already out. That was for the smell. I'm trying to make the poop.
Yes, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. I keep finding these boners. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Oh my hot dogs! What is happening?
There's a deep rib.
What is this?
Deep rib.
Home. We home. Name every year in the 80s. I couldn't make this up if I tried. I don't want to fight in the poo. Where would Klefki's butthole be? You know, like these are the important questions. How do I know so much of Umbop? You did not just Umbop me.
I would play Yenga.
Yeah, I could play Shenga. Shenga?
But
Go, bees! I just want to be beautiful like her. Is it working? I am Cat, I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. What did? Oh, I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
You're like, yeah. Then you're like, yeah.
Trem, thank you for the raid. And yeah, no, I will totally show you some gameplay. So I just finished. Ooh, I hit my mic. I apologize if that just came over. I finished the first Site of Power. So I got my first set of realm cards. So the way this game works, I don't know where you left or what you saw, but the way this game works is in order to traverse the realms, you need 2 cards. You need like a biome card and you need like a realm card. But then there's also cards that you can do while you're in a world actively, and like it'll change like the rules of the realm that you're currently in. So I just got my first card. You saw me squeeing over eye glitter? Well, it came out really good. Like, look at her. Look at her glitter. Okay. Also, don't look at her crazy clothes that they made me craft in this game. The clothes she spawned in with are better. But, you know, whatever. Alright, so eat this. We'll eat this. Okay, so we've got all 3 buffs. Okay, so the saw table, the smelter, and the mortar station. I didn't even see the mortar station there. Alright, can I get a deer? Probably not. Oh my god! Unexpected. Unexpected. That actually blew my mind that happened. I've been having such a hard time killing the deer because they run away so quickly. The little bitches that they are. Alright, we have to go all the way back over there to buy some stuff. You are. You're a good luck charm. Trum, how was your stream? What did it say you played? I was just about to raid you and I saw what game you were playing. What is it again? Submachine Legacy. I don't think I know that. What is that? Is it an old game? It's an older game, isn't it? I feel like I might actually know it. Wait, hold on. I forgot I need blocks. Flash games. Okay, yeah, so it is a little bit of an older game. I feel bad saying, is it an older game when it's a game from the early 2000s? But like, hello, hi, that was 20 years ago. Point and click puzzle escape game. Trem, were you around? I don't think so. Were you around when I played the Titanic game on my stream? Because if you were not, and you did not see me play it, you should play it on your stream. It is called, it's called Titanic Adventure Out of Time is what it's called. Yeah, and it was like $1.99, if even that, on Steam. And it was a game, honest to God, it was a game that I had on my computer, like back in like 97 or whatever it was when it came out. And I, for the life of me, could not beat this game. I couldn't solve this game. I couldn't figure this game out. I would keep getting lost towards end game, and I never beat this game. And so one day I made a joke about it on stream, and Sarah, my mod, was like, "Oh my god, you should totally like try to find it, and you should try to play it, blah 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 blah." So I looked it up, found it on Steam, and I did like a whole like special stream, and I like was like, guys, I'm gonna play this game, and stream does not end until I finish this game that has taken me 25 years to beat. And I struggled my way for a little over 6 hours before this girl, I'll never forget her name was Jessica. She came in and she's like, I speedrun this game, would you like help? And I was like, oh my god, yes. Like, I am so anti-backseating, but, like, the fact that somebody who actually plays this game and knows how to play this game comes in, I was like, yes. Like, don't, like, straight tell me what to do, but, like, yes. Oh, I mean, I don't know, man. That's pretty tough. It's wait till you see. I mean, the character models on this game are just like something of like they're like a work of art, honestly. They I can understand why it's so hard on the specs there. So beautiful. It's just absolutely beautiful. I'm so upset that I did not upload my VODs to YouTube at the time. Because I would love to have access to that game. Like, to that VOD. But I didn't. I wasn't smart back then. And I didn't upload all of my VODs to YouTube like I do now. Bummer. Bummer. Alright. Pinky and her umbrella, Ella, Ella, eh. I was singing the same thing earlier, creature. Eh, 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 eh. There's so many deer everywhere and I can never get them. Because they run away, except for that one that I headshotted. No problem, Trem. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it, even though I was trying to raid you, and you beat me to it. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good rest of your night. What are you thinking so far? I love it. I did get a little teeny bit kind of stuck in a bit of a grind there because, and I don't know if this is an oversight or not. I don't know if this is intentional or if this is an oversight, but like, see how I have one leather, one leather, one leather? Even though they're all leather, they don't stack. So, like, you have to kill multiples of the same animal to get enough leather to... It was a little frustrating, but we got through it. But anyways, I'm not sure if that's intentional or not, but, like, leather doesn't stack, which I find very strange. Oh, shit, I can't even... See, I don't have enough stuff. See, I have the green ones. Simple mortar station, not enough essence dust. Okay, so if I break stuff down, it gets essence dust, right? Like, that's how this works, if I remember right? Extract. Extracts into 5. Essence, 9. No? Is that right? Am I thinking right here? See, why don't these stack? They're the same item. They literally are the same item. Why don't they stack? I don't know if it's an oversight or not. Like, look at slight restful potion, moderate restful potion. Okay, it's the same thing though. Okay. Or same picture is basically what I meant to say. I need to get rid of... Okay, so if I extract, do this. Do I have... Yes. Perfect. Okay, come here. Let me buy your shit. This. Buy. Nice. Okay, craft a forest card and an antiquarian card and traverse a fey portal. What else does he have? A simple enchanter's focus. How did I get that? Consumable. A water bottle? Oh, it's literally consumable. Okay. Crude advanced roofs. To be sturdier than wood. Oh, okay. Okay, so let me break down more shit that I don't need. Oh. Guess I can break down this. Rocks. And that kind of sucks, because, like, you obviously you want the shit, but... Or do I want the vance or the stones? I think I want stone. I think that's gonna be my next big plan. Alright, Agnes, let's go back home. Go back to my home where I provide and take care of you. Okay. I need to move these. Also, why angling basket? I just don't understand. All right, let me see. Estate, that's done. All right, refinement, basics and repair. Simple enchantress focus I need to build still. The workbench is done. Why is that like a little N thing? Is it because it's not finished unlocking? Simple sewing bench, simple enchanted. Lumber, ingot, and glass. Yeah, I don't even have that. All right, refinement, mortar. Lumber. Okay, so I have to build the lumber station. Where is that? It's this. Hold on. Simple saw table. Okay, perfect. Place that. Because that will give me lumber, which I need for other stuff. Okay. Craft items. Lumber. There we go. Autofill. 3. Perfect. Okay. Now, why do I still feel like I'm crouching? Like, why do I feel I am crouching now? Okay, so then I'm not. Why am I so like crouching does nothing? Like I'm still so little. Here we go. Archer furl. Raft. Right, this. I feel like I need straps for something, and I don't remember. Well, I knew I needed for this. The hammer? Yeah. Yeah, the hammer. Okay. Autofill. 3. Okay. Give me lumber. Okay. Now. What did I just look at in here? Or was it in here? It was in here. Okay. So this has lumber. So this needs fiber. Okay, so the smelter I can do. I can get I can get rocks real quick. The smelter will be easy. Okay. Is this breakable? Yep, perfect. Oh no, this is stone blocks. That's right. I need to get rocks. Which are these little guys here. Okay. There we go. And there we go. There we go. Alright. Smelter. Smelter, I merely know her. Place. Okay, oops. I literally hit the wrong button. Place. There we go. Okay. Let's go. I feel like if we get too far away... Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. It still works. Oh, it still works here. Okay, perfect. No, we can go here. Okay. There we go. Now. Autofill. Ignite. Okay. Craft. Glass is gems. Ingots is ore. Metal. Okay. Okay. Extinguish, because I don't want to burn through that. Alright. So that was the first one. Now. The saw table's done. The smelter is done. The mortar station. I need fiber. But I feel like the fiber... How the fuck do you make fiber? Is it in the tanning station and I just don't have it yet? No. Animal fiber. Does that count? Like, it just says fiber. Well, no, because I've got animal fiber on me and it's not counting towards anything. What does this do? Fusion for increased enchantment efficacy. Okay. So I'm kind of stuck now because I need whatever is gonna make fiber. Wait. Do I literally not already have the simple sewing bench? So I had fiber at one point. What? Plant fiber. That can't be right. Okay, so first of all, I want to break down these. Extract, extract, extract. Okay, now I am very encumbered, okay? So, oh wow, okay, I'm like barely moving. This can stay. Did that make me unencumbered already? No. Okay. That would have been amazing. If it was like just that simple. Like just the one, please. Thank you. Gunpowder I don't need. At least not yet. I don't have a gun. Wood bundle. No, I'm gonna keep it because that might go in the thing. Gem makes glass, I think they said. Ore. I can. Okay, so I do have a few ore on me already, which is nice. Lumber. Okay, let's keep that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. We'll get rid of that for now. This is all just temporary storage. See, look at bound bristle. Essence dust. Plant fiber crude. Plant fiber crude. Okay. I don't know if this is anything or not. Like, I really just don't know. Why are you complaining? All you do is complain. Okay. So... the saw table? Okay, so the saw table's Enchantress Focus. I can't make yet, but I can do the mortar station now. So it is fiber, so it's just anything. Okay, well that's good to know. Right? Is this one? Yeah, okay. Second place 5 times. Yeah, Fortnite, like, occasionally you're just like, what the actual fuck? Refined pigment. Okay, that's kind of cute. Alright, now. Ignite. Craft. Ingots. Autofill. Let's go. Alright, so we got some ingots going. Reclaimed lumber. Lumber made from refined wood. An instrument of humble shape and vast utility. Many devices begin not with the complex the simple third-class lever. Are you serious? Alright, let's just make more lumber. Paper. Okay. Boots, britches, simple. Okay, so that's... Yep, okay, that's fine. Decor recipes. We haven't unlocked any yet. Mixed plants. Autofill. There we go. You. What do you got? Straps. It's still there tomorrow. You're taking it? I don't know. It is supposed to be for 8 people. Just saying. Autofill. Okay, interesting. I don't know what seeds are gonna be for. Sparkle flame. Puck from flute. Can multiply tenfold in a well. Oh, garden! I know Bros is probably gone, but there's gardens! Gardens! Okay. Now. Oh, reclaimed lumber. What is that for, though? Alright, I'll just make one. Just so I can, like, learn whatever recipes you're supposed to get with it. Wait, did I not get it? Collect. I'm very confused. Did I not get the refined lumber? Lumber wood. Alright, I'm gonna try it one more time. I don't know what, or reclaimed lumber, excuse me. Autofill. Craft. Yeah, collect one. Okay. Lumber, wood. What? Why does it go back? It literally goes -1 +1. I don't know. That seems incredibly stupid and incredibly pointless. See, reclaimed ingot. What does that mean? An ingot made from refined metal. Glass. Autofill. Okay. Wire. Materials flexibility is utilitarian. Okay. I think I should make a couple of these as well. Collect. Why? See, why? See, they should be here. Glass. Is it in my inventory? I don't understand. I don't understand why sometimes it it doesn't stay and sometimes it does stay. I don't get it. Autofill. Sure. I feel like that could be like that's dye. Like that could be like to dye my clothing and stuff. That could be cool. Alright, animal fiber. I don't know what else to do with that. Craft. Mixed plants. Autofill. There you go. What do you mean? Oh, managed fuel? Autofill? There we go. Why? Why? I don't understand why it won't craft anything. Oh. Are the servers about to go down or something? No, that one worked. This one doesn't want to work. Why? Huh. Very strange. Very strange. Yeah, I don't understand that at all. That's really strange. Why I suddenly can't cook anything. Alright. I can't do anything else there. Alright, so once I can start making more ingots, I feel like I'll be better. But then what do I do Lacunas. Tin. See, how do I build like a better pickaxe and stuff now? Realm cards. Oh, I need to make them at the oh shit, okay. So, I have to make this guy. Where is it? This one. No. This one. I need 5 glass, and I think I have 4. Damn it. Can I make any more? No. God damn it. Seriously? Alright, alright, alright. Let me think. Because if I can't upgrade... Rain! Oh, Rain, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Tantric, Jackman, how you doing, guys? Welcome in. What up, G? What up, G? This is the second time now that I was like, all right, I think this is where I might start to wrap up. But no, that's fine. Hello, hi, welcome in, everybody. I normally have, like, professional, like, the lights and all that. But honestly, I'm tired. It's a Tuesday miracle. No, we have half an hour max, and then I'm absolutely calling it because I have to work in the morning. But that being said, hello, hi, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. If you do not know who I am, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinxel, but most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer, and I play whatever I want. Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, everything in between. I am currently playing Nightingale, which just came out today. It is probably going to be my new obsession. I've been waiting about 2 years for it. It's a steampunk survival craft that takes place in like a fairy realm kind of thing. I don't know. Professional went live 10:30, playing a game I never stream with no cam, but we vibed. That was me last night. I went live last night from 11 p.m. to 1:30 in the morning, and then I went to bed this morning. And then I went to work this morning, I meant to say. But if you guys don't know how we do things here, I have the world's cringiest video just to kind of show you what to expect here, to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time. See if you're brave enough to spend some time here. But no, I'm just kidding. Just kind of a vibe to see if you might want to enjoy your time here. I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you in a moment. Rain is a confirmed true G. My peeps, if you're not already following Rain, you need to be following Rain. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? They can't know we're like this until they're here. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the bus. This is what heroes look like. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring.
Why did you hold it like that?
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I can see it.
Look at that donk. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? What have I done? Are you pooping? I can't stream in these conditions. I have poopies for you. That won't and can't go wrong. Don't give me that baby. Oh my gosh, my mom. He's still rolling.
Yeet.
No. I was already out. That was for the smell. I'm trying to make the poop.
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. I keep finding these boners. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
It's like hot dogs. What is happening? There's a deep rib.
What is this?
Deep rib.
Home. We home. Name every year in the 80s. I couldn't make this up if I tried. I don't want to fight in the poo. Where would Klefki's butthole be? You know, like these are the important questions. How do I know so much of Umbop? You did not just Umbop me.
I would play Yenga.
Yeah, I could play Shenga. Shenga? Go, bees! I just want to be beautiful like her. Is it working? I'm cat, I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. What did? Oh. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
You're like, yeah. Then you're like, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's quite a lot of butthole talk. It's never like in a weird way or like a gross way or like a sexual way. It's just, we just somehow, we just always end up talking about butts. And I don't know how it happens. Amazing. Clap, clap. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rain, how was your stream? What did you play? I know you said you played... Excuse me, that was a gross burp. It was gross in my mouth. I don't know if you even heard it, but... Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. What is that? Burp. I know, I should do a burp. I already has it, though. Like, there's so many people who already have... Rain has it. Like, I'm pretty sure that... Yeah, there's so many people who already have a burp count. I have counts that people don't use, which is funny. But yeah, I keep sounding like I'm saying Aya, like my mod Aya, but I'm actually saying I, comma, So that's confusing, because I'm like, Aya has it? And I was like, Aya, no. Aya. Aya. Yeah, how many times I say Aya tonight is the count, apparently. Funkiest? Yes, funkiest. Well, okay, so like, what is it? Like, what genre of game is it? Don't look at my character. She's busted right now because I'm in the very beginning of the game. I'm in the very beginning of the game, so. It's a 3D platformer. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Is it like a newer game? Is it an older game? Like, how did you come across said game? Oh, I don't like that it sorts them. Okay. Yeah, I like by quantity, not by weight. Funkiest? Yeah. Super solid and smooth movement. Really fun stuff. Sick movement. That sounds cool. Did you play, Soundfall? Because I feel like that's kind of the first thing I think of. I'm a little stuck right now, so I think I need to go... I think I need to go find a crystal somehow. Which, like, they're here, but I can't mine these. Hey! Can you mine this? Dumb NPC bitch who gets in my way all the other times. Come mine this. Oh my god. Spiritual successor of a game I grew up playing, the original Xbox, was originally released on Dreamcast. It was a remake of a Sega game. Ah. I rocked Sega Genesis when I was growing up. Like, we had primarily a Sega Genesis. That was how I, like, learned how to game. Ooh, wait. Oh, no. What's this? This is ore. Okay. Okay, wait, come here. Can you please mine this? Mine this. You're literally the worst. Come here. What is your pickaxe? Come here. Oh my gosh. What is your pickaxe? Where is it? Let me see it. Let me see it. No. What? Sega Genesis was amazing. Yes. Oh, of course. No, Rain, by all means. If you ever raid and run, it's completely fine. Of course. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Thank you for the raid. I was about to raid out myself, but I'm going to try to finish this project that I'm working on because you were so kind to bless me with your community. So I am going to hang out for a little bit longer. All right, so this is my inventory. Why? What? How come I can't access her Like, her inventory like this. Like, how come I can't see her main hand and stuff? Do you only have an axe? Wait, do you only have an... So where is all of this stuff coming from? I am very confused. Like, I am super confused how stuff is getting mined if she doesn't have a pickaxe. By all means, finish that shit! Oh no, I'm gonna finish this. I am determined. I am determined. Okay. Autofill. There we go. Manage fuel. Autofill. Okay. Craft. Alright, so we have some ingots going. So glass. I just need to find some glass. But this is what I need, is this crystal stuff. So whoever is magically mining my stuff over here, feel free to mine some crystal that I can't get. It's gotta be... There's gotta be something I'm missing. There's gotta be something I'm missing. Because there's no way they would just like hard lock you like this. Where you can't advance. Like, I can't make the next set of tools to do this shit. So... Can you upgrade? Is upgrading a thing? Good night, Rain. Everyone who is still here, say good night, Rain. Alright, so that I can't do anything with. This I can't do anything with. This I can. I'm gonna make one of these. Because I feel like the pole is gonna unlock some other stuff. It didn't. The pole did not unlock any more recipes. Okay, cool. That's fine. The pole really didn't unlock any more recipes? You're joking. Pole. Crafted with the... yeah, pole. Thank you. Notes. Okay. Craft edit benches with the following traits. Simple saw table. Right, I got that. Okay. So, I'm just not sure how to advance from here. This is where I'm at. I've got these, the makeshift stuff. And... does this tell me, like, everything it can learn? Show unknown? No. See, it doesn't even, like, do it. Okay. So what am I missing in between? I wonder if I really, really have to do, like, the main quest. Like, I wonder if it really is gonna make me unlock a second realm before I can do this. Because I, like, don't want to. Like, I want to finish building my stuff. Refined pigment, alchemical ink. No, because I need the glass. I can't spend that. Okay. Alright, autofill. Craft. No, it still won't craft food. Maybe it's just that one. That one won't craft for whatever reason. Oh my god, I could never get deer. They're just so fast in this stupid game. Oh, he stopped. Why did you stop? Amazing. You shouldn't have stopped, bucko. That's cool, though. Thanks for the hides. Alright. I'm way down my inventory again. Grouped. I don't like that there's no, like, auto stack. Like, there's no, like, stack stuff that already exists button, you know? Add to stacks button, as they call it. Okay. So, I don't really want to go to the next realm tonight. So, even though Rain's wonderful community just raided in, unfortunately, I do think that this is where we are going to leave it tonight. Only because I feel like starting the forest card and the antiquarian card stuff is going to bring us to a new realm. And I really don't want to, like, go down that road right now. Which is fine. So now we have to find someone new to raid, because we were going to raid Trem, who raided us. And then Rain raided us. So, yeah, let's go find someone to raid. Driver, how you doing? Have a good night. You too. Hang out for the raid if you don't mind, even if you just spam the message and go. I feel like I know we literally just raided Vic, but like she's the only one in my friends list right now, or in my following list, that's playing this game. Other than Kat, but I'm not gonna raid Kat because she doesn't care. Let me just I'll take a super quick peek in the category here. I'll take a little peek in the category. There's so many people in character creation still. That's funny. Alright, that sucks. I really wanted to. We haven't raided Tora in a while. We can raid Tora, I guess. Or do you guys just want to say fuck it and we'll raid Vic again tonight? Fuck it. I'm raiding Vic again tonight. I'm raiding Vic again tonight and I don't care. Alright, guys. I'll be live tomorrow with more of this. You know the deal. Go say hey to Vic. I know I literally just raided her last night. I don't care. It's fine. I love Vic. She's my favorite streamer, so... See you tomorrow. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. It's been fun. Yeah. Bye.